Yeah, or you can tell me to click on as well if you want.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Sorry to cut your chatting short. Hello. Hi. Great. You all did that wonderfully. Um, Keep a hold of your fun facts, and we will come back to those fun facts later. So try and keep them in your head. I am going to stop talking, and you're not going to see me until this afternoon now on stage. But I'm going to hand over. I know. Oh. I'm going to hand over to Asia and Megan, who are running the funding and support session, and I'll let them introduce themselves and then get straight into the session.
Thank you, Kit. This is my third off the record now, and just to say a massive thank you to Kit for always inviting us down to chat to you all. My name is, hopefully this will work. Oh, it won't work. One thing that I always say, and I was actually just saying to Megan, is that no matter how much you prepare, something always goes wrong, and that's a good piece of advice to take from here. But my name is Asia. I'm the General Manager at the Scottish Music Industry Association. And I'm here today to talk a little bit about the kind of support that we provide for young musicians and also industry professionals trying to make their way in the music industry in Scotland. Ooh. I'm just going to say next slide, please. Great. So the Scottish Music Industry Association, has anyone heard of us here today? Couple of nods, fantastic. So we are a free-to-join membership organisation that exists to strengthen, empower and unite Scotland's music industry. We've been around since 2008 and we run a variety of different projects and programmes, all designed to help those who are working in the industry or aspiring to work in the industry with their next steps. It sounds like a really big goal, and I'm going to break down a couple of the different ways that we work towards this. But one thing to say is it's free to join us as a member, and we want everyone working in music in Scotland to be a member. So if you haven't signed up yet, please feel free to come and chat to me afterwards and talk a little bit more about the things I'm going to speak about today. Ooh. Yeah, that one. So, strengthening and empowering and uniting Scotland's music industry is a massive, massive task. And one of the ways that we do this is through our parliamentary representation. So we think it's really important that everyone working in music in Scotland has their voices heard at a governmental level. And a lot of what we do is talking to our members, hearing about your concerns, and taking those to Parliament in a kind of strategic way so that we can get the best outcomes for the sector. You might have seen a couple of years ago the kind of funding cuts that were going around in Creative Scotland's funding from Scottish Government. You might have seen a lot of the kind of legislation at the moment around AI and IP rights. A lot of our work is working both in front of the scenes in terms of campaigning and lobbying, but also behind the scenes getting the musicians and the music industry's message to government. The other thing that we do is we work in partnership with organisations just like Off the Record and Wide Days and Resonate in Glasgow to make sure that we're providing up-to-date and current industry advice to everyone working within the sector in Scotland. And we also work with a number of different partners to make sure that we have resources and opportunities on our website so that anyone who is a member can come to our website, have a search and find out what opportunities are available right now, whether that's jobs, whether that's open funding calls, whether that's the opportunities to apply to music festivals and get your music out there. We work really closely with the industry in Scotland to make sure we're a kind of one-stop shop for all of that information. Next slide, please. The other thing we do is sectoral support. So we know that there are a large amount of challenges facing the sector at the moment, and we run a number of workshops that are free for all of our members to come along to, whether that's in skills development. So we did some last year actually with the lovely team up here from Emu Bands and Brightsbridge on developing your online presence, working on a delivering and developing a strong and targeted marketing campaign, understanding the metrics behind your social media. We've got an upcoming one on anti-racism in the music industry, and these are all free for all of our members to join. So it's a good way of developing your skill set and also kind of that portfolio career that we know that a lot of people will have to do as musicians. The other thing, not yet. The other thing we do is I said that we are kind of trying to be a one-stop shop for information and resources for everything that you need in the music industry. So we spend a lot of time working on what challenges you're currently facing and developing and delivering resources to help you navigate those. We also work in collaboration with academic institutions to do research into what challenges are facing the sector and how we can help address those. Yeah, that's good. You might have seen we also run a couple of flagship projects, and one of those is the Scottish Album of the Year Award, which is designed to really put a spotlight on the incredible music and recorded output that is released every single year in Scotland. We know that Scotland punches above its weight in the music industry and has done for a number of years, and the Scottish Album of the Year is really designed as a national celebration of all of the music that's coming out. We run 2 accompanying awards alongside the Scottish Album of the Year, one of which is probably most relevant to people in this room, which is the Sound of Young Scotland Award. So we know it's really difficult to make an album, current cost of living crisis, the kind of climate, it's really hard and really challenging to make a debut album. And so we want to make sure that we're supporting the next generation of musicians who will be eligible for the Scottish Album of the Year Award. And the Sound of Young Scotland is a funding package worth up to £10,000 for a young artist aged 18 to 25 who hasn't yet released their debut album, but is at the right position that they're ready, they've got a couple of releases out, and they just need that little bit of support to make their first album. Thank you. Next one. The other thing that we do is we run an annual conference as well called the SMIA Summit, and that's really looking at the kind of big picture strategic sectoral gaps on what's going on at a cultural level in music in Scotland. I'd encourage everyone to come along. It's a great opportunity to network with other industry professionals, talk about the challenges you're facing, but also the massive opportunities that we have here in Scotland. Again, it's free to all SMIA members, so I'd really encourage everyone to come along. It usually happens in autumn in Glasgow. One other thing that I kind of wanted to chat about, and I actually don't think I have a slide for this, but I was thinking about it on my way here, is I know that the music industry can sometimes feel like we're up here on this stage and we're really difficult to come and chat to. And we really want to break that down at the SMIA. And one thing that we also offer for our members is free one-to-one half-an-hour sessions with members of our team. And it's an opportunity for you to come and chat to us about what's going on for you right now, get a little bit of advice, get a little bit of signposting, sometimes just a little bit of a sounding board, someone to speak to. We all have a massive breadth of experience within the team. My background is in funding and in live events, which is why I always end up talking on the funding panels. But I've got colleagues who have experience in artist management, marketing and media, business development. So we really want to be there and to be friendly and to support everyone. We know it's really challenging out there at the moment, and sometimes just reaching out and having a conversation is what's needed. So if you're ever in need, just book a one-to-one session and come and chat to us in the team. Next slide. I'm going to hand over to Megan now to talk about funding. But if anyone would like to come and speak to me afterwards, please do. And you were in for an absolute treat. I've known Megan for a number of years, and they're wonderful.
Cool. Thank you. Can we give a round of applause? I also. Oh, thank you. Okay. My name's Megan Black. I am an artist. I make mainly sort of like rock and roll music. And is anyone in here an artist today? Yeah, quite a few. Cool. So I'm mainly going to be talking about the sort of. This didn't turn out. Okay, anyway. Okay, great. I'm going to mainly talk about my experience as an artist getting funding. But this also applies to anyone who's maybe studying music business and wants to be an artist manager as well. So I started making music when I was about 19, which 2019 I released my first single. And then we went into lockdown and I wrote an album of songs. And then I was like, I don't know how I'm going to pay for this. I was in uni, I studied at Edinburgh Napier. And I didn't really know that funding was a thing that existed. So I got a job, if you can believe it. I worked at the bank. I don't know. I don't feel like I kind of fit that sort of stereotype, but I worked at the bank. I put in a lot of hours. I ended up getting really burnt out, and I didn't know funding was available. And now that I do know about funding, it's changed my sort of work-life balance, and now I'm a freelancer in music, and that's basically my full-time job, thanks to being able to fund certain projects that I'm doing. So yeah, I don't know why I made it in this. Anyway, it's fine. I don't know. So the big thing is like whether or not funding is for you, if you're making a project, if you're creating something that's artistic and can benefit other people and benefit your own creative practice, odds are funding is for you. There are different types of funding. So, for example, if you are in full-time education, sometimes there's certain funds that you can't apply for yet, but you will eventually be able to. So it's good to do your research. You don't need a massive portfolio. You don't need to have loads of experience. You don't need to be really established to apply for funding. What you do need is a clear idea, a realistic timeline, and a believable budget. So if you're going to a funder and you're like, I want to hire a mad expensive car for a music video, and like, do you know what I mean? Just all these things that are maybe unattainable and you don't need right away, they're probably going to say no. But if you're like, I want to record an EP and I want to release it and I want to hire session musicians to do it, that's far more believable. And in terms of rates, in terms of believable budget, if you go into the Musicians Union website, they show you how much you should realistically be paying other musicians and yourself to get funding, basically, and for sessions, which is good to know. There we go. It's back to normal colour. So, Creative Scotland is a massive one. Again, you do have to not be a full-time student. So if you are in education right now, this is a later thing, but it's still good to know about. Creative Scotland, they much prefer strong planning over being established. So it doesn't matter what this project is. Youth Music Next Gen Fund, I received this back in 2022. It is an amazing award. It allowed me to invest in recording equipment. It allowed me to record a demo of EPs. It allowed me to pay my band. And it really changed things for me. Help Musicians have a fast track award, which is £500. You normally hear back in a couple of weeks. So it's great if you're like, I need £500 to do this specific thing, apply for it. They have a next level award, which is £3,000, up to £3,000. Again, really good. They also have a mentorship scheme with the Ivers Academy where you can get mentored. I ended up getting mentored by someone who's really cool, and I was a bit starstruck because they're in a band that I really like. They're quite famous, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can ask this person every question I've ever possibly had. So apply for it. Young Scot do some awards, and also your local council as well. So I'm guessing most people here are based in Edinburgh. Edinburgh City Council have different arts awards as well. Mentoring, help musicians, and also Hen House for anyone who identifies as a woman or non-binary. Hen House also offer mentoring as well, which is great. As well as like courses and stuff like that. They do courses in like production and mixing and songwriting and stuff like that. So they're really good. As I'm talking about this, I want to be clear. I have had more rejections for funding than possibly anybody I know. So just bear this in mind. If you've already applied for funding, you're like, oh, my music must just be terrible. It's not. It's just that they can't fund every single thing, but you do learn something each time you do it, and you're allowed to be deflated. I normally give myself a day to just cry and feel sorry for myself, and then I'll read the feedback and then get on with it again and change whatever I need to change. So yeah, thank you. List everything the project needs. So don't just be like, I want to write and record an album and I need 3 months to do it, because they're going to be like, how are you doing this in 3 months, first of all? And also, what do you need to write and record the album? Where are you doing it? Who's part of it? Like, all these kind of things. What's the album about? Why does it matter? Why should we fund it, basically? Pay yourself. It's the dream. If you can pay yourself to do music stuff, do it. And look at the MU rates, because a lot of people think, oh, I shouldn't be paying myself to do this. And we're kind of taught as musicians that we shouldn't get paid. I don't know if anyone else feels that you just accept not being paid. They actually want you to pay yourself to do things. So keep that in mind when you're doing something that you should be getting paid. And it's great because then you're like, I'm now earning money. It's good. Do the maths properly. The amount of times I've done a budget and then went back and nothing adds up because my maths is pretty bad. Look over it. Get someone else to like cross-check it with you as well. And then add a contingency because stuff, as Asia said earlier, something always goes wrong. Like, I've never done anything that's not had something go wrong. And that's not a bad thing because it just makes the project better in its character development. But you need a contingency amount in case something goes wrong. So, yeah. Some things won't be covered by certain funders, so do your research first. Government grants won't cover things that tend to make you a profit, I've found. So if you want to, like, for example, make records, like get your album pressed onto vinyl, they might be like, well, you're going to make money on this because the profit margin tends to be like 17, 18 quid if you do a batch of records. And whilst they might cover that, it's less likely, so try and find that from somewhere else. Another thing is crowdfunding. It's a really big thing for getting like merch and vinyl and stuff like that. So, yeah. Thank you. Common mistakes. These are all just because these are the mistakes that I've made over and over again. Being too vague, over-promising something. Again, like timelines, being like, I'm going to write and record and release an album in the next month. They're going to be like, no, you're not. Rushing at the last minute. I cannot do anything unless I'm under immense pressure. So I leave everything to the last minute. So I really can't talk about this one, but you really shouldn't. You should try and do it in advance of the deadline and have someone else read over it. Research the grant and don't rely too much on AI. AI doesn't know everything. And it's a lot of time people can tell if you're just using AI and you're not like thinking about your project. If you're asking to do too many things, and if you're not being specific about who you're working with as well, they often like it. If you've got a producer you want to work with, put their name down, like speak to them first, put their name down and say how much they actually charge, because then they know you've thought about it. Budget examples. I'm going to let you guys just like shout out or raise a hand. What do you think would come under your budget? What do you think if you were making a project, either as an artist or as an artist manager, helping someone develop a project? What kind of stuff do you need money for? Recording, yeah. Recording. Anything else? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Visuals, recording, yes. Mixing and mastering, yeah. Anything else? Yeah. Music video. Basically, there's never-ending things that we have to pay for, but it's true. There's all these different factors that come under making a project that we need money for. So we've got our. Oh, sorry. Can you go back? Thank you. So we've got our expenses. That's the stuff we're going to pay for, right? So the visuals, the mixing and mastering, recording, music video. Then you have income, which can be. So a lot of the time, one funder might not pay for everything. So you'll do one funder plus another one, and they kind of like contribute. Do you know what I mean? Like, say you got £500 from Help Musicians, put that on another funding application. Be like, Help Musicians believe in this project. They've covered this factor, this part of the fund. I'm asking you for the rest of it, or I'm also contributing £200, or whatever it is. Show that you're investing in it too, in some sort of way, and put other people's money on there too. Because then, say you're like, think of it as a funder. If you were like the wee guy at Creative Scotland, I don't want to call him the wee guy, but you know, yeah. Well, there you go. If you were him, you'd be like, well, if Help Musicians are going to pay for that, then we don't have to pay for as much. But also, it shows that someone believes in this, and that the project's already going to go ahead to some degree or another. So put all your income, anything you're making for the project. If you're applying for funding to do a show, how much money are you planning to make on tickets? You don't need to know exactly, but put like a certain amount in that you're like, okay, I could probably make this back. Do you know? In kind, what does this actually mean? Because I had no clue. Basically, if say you're going to be like, okay, I want to record an album, I need to start with some demos. Do you already have a computer that you can use to record the demos? Do you have a microphone that you can borrow for your wee pal down the road? Add it. Be like, I have this tool that isn't going to cost me any money, but would cost me money if I was asking for funding or I was paying for it myself. Like the stuff that you already have can come under in-kind contributions, and it can make a difference to how much money you get as well. Yeah, talk about other funding and talk about who you're working with and their costs and be specific about it. Thank you. Give the funders what they want. So do risk assessments, be clear, pay yourself and everyone else, be honest. A lot of the time I've done funding applications, and by the time I get the funding, someone who was supposed to be a part of the project can no longer do it. They've maybe got another job or something. Tell the funder, be honest about it. They're not going to, most of the time, they already believe in the project, they already want to fund it, so they're going to just let you do it as long as you have someone else to do it, or to fill that role. I can't even read what I wrote. Yeah, be clear. Yeah. Talk about why the project's important. Why does it matter? Because anybody could be like, well, me and my gran and her pal are going to make an album. It's going to be great. But if you're like, I'm making an album about this specific thing, and I believe that it will help my development as an artist, or I believe it will help a community of people as well. Like, talk about it. For sure. Some questions I've had. What if I'm a student? You can still get funding, just not from everywhere. What if my project isn't important enough? It is. So just anytime you get that, just be like, shut up, it's fine. And go back to doing the project. What if I struggle with writing applications? A lot of the time you can contact funders in advance or organisations and tell them that you're struggling with writing the application. You can set up meetings with funders usually as well. So if you're trying to apply to Creative Scotland or whatever, you can a lot of the time like set up a call or go to their office and go for a coffee. I don't just want to be like, go to their office, do it. But like they most likely will meet with you if you're struggling with the application.
Just on that as well, if you're
Yes.
a lot of funders also offer access support if you are struggling with writing the application because of a disability or neurodivergence.
Yeah.
So like Creative Scotland have a separate pot of money that's set aside to help people with writing their applications, and I know it's the same with youth music, so that's always worth exploring as well.
Yes. Thank you. How do I know my application is good? I do this with my fellow artist friends. I don't know if we're supposed to do this, but we do. Anytime someone gets funding, we send each other the PDF of the funding application, not to copy it, but just to be like, cool, this is what they actually funded, so I'm going to kind of replicate that, or I'm going to use specific language that's being used. Like, rely on your community as well. Send it to your pal and be like, what do you actually think of this? Like, does this make sense? If you're an artist manager, send it to the artist and be like, is this everything you want covered? Is there anything else we can be doing? Access requirements, as Asia said, like, set up a meeting, ask for support, ask other people as well. Like, if anyone's, I don't want like 200 applications or whatever, but I'm happy to also support other artists. If you ever want to just, like send an application and just get advice, like I'm more than happy to do that. So come and chat to me as well. What if something between my application being sent and being awarded funding changes? Thank you. I was wondering where the ping pong thing was going to be. I was like looking up here. What if something changes between my application being sent and being awarded funding? Just tell them. I had this really recently where someone I had on my application could no longer commit to the project, and I just had to be like, I'm going to get someone else, and I'm going to tell them, and I'm going to keep the amount the same, and it worked out fine. So just be honest about it. Things happen, things change. What if I don't finish my project within the agreed deadline? This happens all the time, I think. We're artists, guys. We're allowed to just float around. No, if you don't finish the project within the agreed deadline, again, just be honest. Go back to them and be like, this is taking a bit longer. Can I have an extension of like a couple of weeks or a month or whatever it is? They're most likely going to be like, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you for listening. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I get so as in like if you release an album and then you get royalties. Mhm. I get you. It is. It honestly fries my brain a little bit, but I think you are allowed to earn money. I think the key part, or at least what I've found, is don't try not to talk too much about how you're going to profit. So, of course, you should be earning royalties for the music that you've made and released. But, for example, the thing they're really funding is for you to develop as an artist as opposed to like making money. Is that you would
Yeah,
say?
I think that the main thing to remember with funding is you're applying for a project, right? So it has a start date and an end date. And within the bounds of that project, like, for example, and Megan said a lot of this is from kind of government funding. So Creative Scotland want to fund something that wouldn't be able to happen if they weren't able to fund it, right? They don't want to be funding something that's going to make a surplus. But for example, if you were recording, the project has a start date and the project has an end date. What happens after that is just your career development. Some funders as well will help you with the costs for signing up for PRS. Like I know Youth Music's Next Gen Fund wants you to be able to make a sustainable career, so that's something that they would encourage you to do. It really depends on the funder, their priorities and their guidance, but it's about thinking, right, what's my project? Who's the best fit for me and what I want to achieve out of this? And as Megan said, you can kind of step ladder around funders, thinking about like, okay, I want to do something that's a bit more like experimental, creative, like stretching those creative juices. Maybe that's a Creative Scotland project. Once I've done that R&D project, I want to go for a more commercial focus fund. Maybe it's a PRS foundation for the release. The other thing as well is with your income, it can be confirmed and unconfirmed, right? Some things are locked in. You know that you're going to be getting a guarantee of 200 quid for that show, but you don't know what your percentage split is going to be on tickets above that. That's okay as well. They just want to see that you're thinking about the whole of the project, and you're looking at that project, start date, end date, as something that balances. And without the funding, it doesn't balance. You make a loss. No, so funding is 100%, you don't have to pay anything back. The way that they'll usually do it is most funders split payments, and it's basically so that you don't run away and go on holiday with their money and never hear from them again. So they'll usually say, we'll give you 50% as your first grant payment, 75% as your first grant payment, and then once you've done the project, come back to us, tell us how it went, tell us what went well, tell us what didn't go so well, tell us what you learned. And once you've done that report, because remember, us funders need to report to our funders as well on where we're giving the money away. So we want to know about your successes. We want to know about your challenges. Come back, do that evaluation report, and then you'll get your final payment. Usually that's how it works. Some funders do 100% upfront. Just depends on the funder.
Yeah. Does that answer? Okay. We've actually run out of time. There's a magic ping pong palette at the back here. But thank you so much, guys. Please, yeah, come and ask us questions. Thank you.
anyway, hiya, as Martha said, my name is SJ. I work in Emu Bands' artist relations team, and I'm an account manager. So, just to get started, a little bit about who Emu Bands is, so the people who give me my paycheck. We are a digital music distribution service. We have been a long player in the distribution game, or really just digital music game, if you will. So we were founded in 2005, so we're thinking the days of early iTunes, Napster, major throwback. But because of this, we have a very long-standing partnership with streaming platforms. We work with a wide range of artists across genre. We work with everyone from their debut release to their 5th, 6th, 10th album. So really there to help you advance your career at any point. As I mentioned, so because we have been a long player in the game, we have strong ties with streaming platforms. This is exhibited through our Platinum Spotify Preferred Provider status, which, by the way, that's very hard to say. But basically, this means that should anything go wrong, touch wood, it won't, we have direct access to Spotify, so things can be fixed very, very quickly. If we say, this is indeed the artist on this release, let's say a big act, they do trust us to make those decisions. So anyway, a little bit about what we do. There we go. As I said, we work with artists, managers, and labels across the industry, all genres at every stage of their career. But most importantly, we help you distribute your music to streaming platforms, help you market it, and monetize it. Really, I feel like the funding is fundamental to you being able to distribute your music, but as much as the live side is super, super exciting, you do need to have a presence online. But through us, you get to keep 100% of your royalties and 100% of your rights. It does help us stand out a little bit. Check the fine print of your distributor. That is not the case for everyone. So basically, just a little flow chart so you can understand what distribution looks like for anyone who hasn't released a debut single or a debut album yet. So you give your music to us. We then connect you to DSPs. DSPs connect your music to the platforms and, of course, to the fans. From there, fans listen to your music, which in turn generates royalties. Those are given to us, and we then connect those back to you. Now, throughout the day, I will be mentioning this term DSP, and my head is blocking it. I hope everyone can see it. So that is a digital service provider. So I'll use this term kind of throughout the day, but it's important to know some DSPs are indeed the platform themselves. So for example, Spotify, that's a DSP, but it's also one platform, whereas other DSPs might incorporate multiple platforms. So for example, Snapchat, that falls under 7 Digital, which lots of different platforms. Anyway, so that's just to clarify some of the language going ahead today. But in terms of how Emu Bands works, we are free to join. So even if you wanted to test out the system, you're welcome to join for free. All you would need is an email to get started. You would join our basic account. We offer multiple different subscription plans to kind of help you find the type of support and features that best suit you, and also the release strategy that would work for you. And then from here, we offer a couple different upload fees. So if you were to join our Basic, Plus, or Pro plans, these are going to be one-time fee per release. It means that once you've paid your upload fee, your music is on there forever, and it will not come down until maybe you decide one day that, I'd rather change, my branding has changed. But anyway, so the point is it will stay up there forever on our Basic, Plus, and Pro plans, whereas with Premium, that is no distribution fees. Your releases will stay live for the duration of your membership with us, but if you want to have that peace of mind that your releases will stay live forever, we've got a couple slightly discounted fees so that you can have that peace of mind. There we go. So as I mentioned, Emu Bands Basic is our starter membership. It is free to join. There are no annual subscription fees. Through Basic, you get worldwide distribution. You have over 50 DSPs, 50 contracts that you can select from. You can set custom release dates, and that I would definitely recommend it if you're looking just to get your music out there. Your plan will start off with one one artist credit, but from here we have additional plans if you want a bit more flexibility. So our next plan, that is where we do start to see a bit more flexibility. So on Emu Bands Plus, you can credit 2 to 5 artists within the one account. So this is a really good option. Let's say you're managing your band's releases, but you also have some side projects. So maybe you have solo work, or you'll be working with featuring artists. This is a really good plan just so you can have everything under the one account and everyone can be properly credited. It also offers a bit more flexibility in the sense that you can have custom title casing, you can register for the charts. If you are working with an indie label, you can have custom label names, we can set unique TikTok start times. So all of our plans, you can distribute your music to social media platforms as well. So obviously social media is vital to marketing these days. But so with this, you get that added bit of flexibility, especially in terms of your marketing plan. Just one wee note about Emu Events Plus, you also get pre-save links, which I'll talk a little bit more later today. But again, they can be really, really invaluable when it comes to generating a buzz around your release. Emu Bands Pro is one of our more boutique tiers, so it is £60 a year. You get unlimited artists on this account, and then you get loads of wee features that can help promote your release, help you manage your account, and then you also get access to priority support. So regardless of your membership at Emu Bands, you will always reach a human who is there to support you. The nice perk about Pro is you're paired with your own account manager, so you have direct access to them over email. You have access to our live chat, and you can also book video calls if, like, I'm a certified yapper, and I would just rather jump on a call with someone, right? At least from like a consumer perspective, emails terrify me. So being able to just like talk to somebody eases my mind. I don't know if there's anyone else in this room like that, but like I said, I'm a certified yapper, so I'll go back on topic. Anyway, some of the nice wee perks with Pro are you get royalty payment splitting. So basically, that would be you tell us, I get 30% of this track. The producer maybe has asked for 10%, and so get this percent. You tell us those numbers and we'll handle the maths for you. Your job is hard enough as it is as a creator. You might as well make the admin side a little bit easier. But my favorite perks of the job are editorial playlist pitching. This is available through your account manager. So that is taking your music and bringing it to the editors of things like New Music Friday, New in Rock, New and Alternative, these really massive playlists that can help you reach new audiences. Just one last wee note about Emu Bands Pro. That is another one-time fee subscription, whereas Emu Bands Premium, this is our all-inclusive plan. So for £90 a year, you get unlimited free releases. It can be a really great cost-saving measure if you have multiple releases lined up that year, or say you're running a waterfall campaign. You get the same benefits that you get with Pro, so you get that account manager, you get editorial playlist pitching, payment splitting. You also get things like YouTube Content ID, which is added monetization that I'm very happy to talk about a little bit later. But yeah, just wanted to give you a wee introduction to Emu Bands and kind of what's offered through us. So let's say you wanted to get started, and that was through Emu Bands. You would simply, all you need to do is share your email address with us to get started. Apologies, I've jumped ahead. Anyway, so what are we considering when we're choosing a distributor? What do you as an artist or a label need? What do you need from the distributor? Are there any features or perks that you're aware of that you'd like to be included with your plan? What budget have we allocated to distribution? For example, we spoke in funding, all the different things that will cost us money along the way. So is it a one-time fee? Are there any hidden fees associated with it? We don't want to be caught off guard. Streaming is a hard enough game as it is. And then most importantly, how easy is it to get in touch with your distributor? Again, in an ideal world, everything goes as smoothly as possible, but sometimes things happen, whether there's a typo in the title, or maybe one of the streaming platforms has put your release on a different artist profile by the same name. We want to be able to very, very quickly fix these little things. So anyway, now if you have decided that emo bands might be right for you, that is when you would share your email address to get started. You might want to check out our subscription plans, upgrade your membership, just so you have all those perks as you're getting started. Click and add a new release and follow the steps on screen. When you are coming to your distributor, you should have your finalized metadata, and that's just a really fancy way of saying track titles, who's going to be credited, including from a writer perspective. You want to know your copyright information, which if you have any questions, your distributor would be able to clarify. We want to set our availability and pricing. So are we going, even though most people are streaming, it is possible to still digitally download music. So are we offering this at the standard rate? Are we offering discounted rates to try to incentivize more people to digitally download? Or are we maybe going to sell it at a slightly premium rate? We're going to share our track information, pick which contracts we'd like to distribute to. I do typically recommend doing worldwide in all contracts if that's something that you're comfortable with. It just means that your music is as accessible as possible. If I go on holiday in, say, the Philippines, I can still continue to listen to your music. And also by selecting all contracts, you might discover that you have a fan base in, say, Finland that you never knew would have existed. That's the case for one of my artists. They're a British rock band, and for whatever reason, they have a really strong traction in Finland, and they've been able to now get onto a festival lineup in Finland. So you'll discover hidden audiences if you make yourself available. We'll select any release extras, which are some of the perks that are included with Plus Pro and Premium. Click Confirm and Pay, and we'll finally upload our release, upload our artwork and audio files. So once we have finished the actual upload process, in theory that should only take you maybe 5-10 minutes. Emu Bands aims to distribute releases within 1 business day. Now, just because we can distribute in 1 business day does not mean that you should be uploading the day before your release. I recommend uploading at least a week in advance. It just means that we have time to process your release, and the platforms have time to do everything on their end to ensure a cohesive release across all platforms. If you would like to do playlist pitching, then we'd be looking at a larger window, say 4 to 6 weeks in advance. But really, the more time you can give us, the better. Like I said, ideally everything goes smoothly, but it means that if anything were to come up, you have time to reach out to us saying, oh, I'd like to update this, I'd like to make this change, there's been a change in maybe our marketing plans, and I'd like to change the release date. When we know about setting a release date as well, we want to be strategic about this. So if you have any really exciting marketing things going on, it might seem a bit obvious, but if you're headlining a gig, you want to have your release coming out at about the same time, ideally the day of or a little bit before. So considering any major promotion things that are happening at the same time. So you have uploaded your release, and now we sit at the computer wondering what we do. So we, first and foremost, if you are a debut artist, you'll want to claim your artist profiles so that you can access your toolkits. And if you have already claimed your profiles, you'll want to check out your toolkits to see what campaign tools are available to you for this release. You'll want to pitch your release to Spotify. You will want to create an incentivizing pre-save campaign, pre-release campaign through things like pre-saves. And we'll want to add exciting visuals, things like lyrics that will pop up on social media. We want to add things like Spotify Canvas, something that's eye-catching and keeps our fans on our profile longer once the release goes live. So as I mentioned, we do want to claim our artist toolkits, but before we claim anything, we want to ensure that artist mapping is correct. So that simply means that when I look at your profile, it looks the way it should. It only has your releases, your entire catalog is there, and your name is spelled correctly. So your distributor should be able to help you do this. Emu Bands, in particular, we collect artist IDs, so it's basically a unique identifier to you or your band, and it helps us make sure that your music ends up on the correct profile. Once you know that the profile is correct, we can then claim the toolkits. Most platforms do offer toolkits for you to claim, but today we'll just touch on some of the major ones that I personally think that you should look into. So the toolkits offer invaluable information about your songs, your fan demographic, but Spotify in particular is unique in the sense that they offer paid and free promotional services. So as an artist, you can pitch directly to editors yourself through Spotify. You can also add Spotify canvases, so little looping videos, almost like GIFs that go on top of your tracks. You can customize your page to add artist playlists. It adds to that artist-fan relationship, showing a little bit more of your own personality while also keeping fans on your profile. I will likely be a broken record, but data and keeping fans on your profile is invaluable from the streaming side of things. So we want to increase engagement through the free tools, but we can also run campaigns like Spotify Discovery Mode, Marquee, and Showcase. Now these aren't going to be available to everyone yet. They do have quite strict eligibility, but using any and all of the tools that are at our disposal. Apple Music for Artists is another platform that I would strongly recommend checking out. While most listeners are on Spotify, Apple is the second largest player in the game. So on Apple, if you claim your profile, you'll be able to get notifications of significant milestones. The admin side of streaming can feel like quite a lot, but through Apple, they give you that little heads up. Hey, you've reached 1,000 streams. You've gotten 300,000 Shazams, and they create little infographics for you to share directly onto your socials. So again, helping with the admin side of things. They also offer an in-app link generator so that fans can come directly to listen to your music. You simply export it from the app, sharing it directly to your socials, and you have access to Shazam data. The other platform that I would strongly recommend claiming is YouTube. Now this isn't something that you'd be able to claim directly yourself. You would have to go through your distributor. Emu Bands, personally, we can help you with this. So you would apply for an official artist channel to get that gray music note next to your name. By doing this, you get access to those added analytics. You get access to a really unique view to see where fans are listening to your music, but specifically where in the song maybe did they pop in, did they drop off, where are they engaging. YouTube creates little visuals. Over here in the left image, we can see some art tracks. So those would move to your own channel. And then just another wee note about YouTube, and this is regardless of whether or not you have an OAC, there are a couple other revenue streams to earn money on the platform. So there's YouTube Partner Program, but there's also YouTube Content ID, which is something that Emu Bands would be able to help you with. And it essentially means that anytime a user-generated video is uploaded and it uses your music, it ensures that you get royalties. Additionally, we do want to add rich visuals to our platforms. So by adding visuals, again, we're keeping fans on the release, on the track a little bit longer, which can help with our profile analytics. All right. Anyway, adding visuals to keep fans on pages. Spotify canvases are free. They can be used on any and all tracks. Apple Music, we would use Apple Motion Artwork, and that is for the broader release. We can pitch our track to editorials. You can pitch directly to Spotify, whereas Emu Bands, we would be able to pitch to Spotify, Apple, Amazon, and Deezer. If you do decide to go pitching elsewhere, I'd be very, very cautious with who you decide to work with. Make sure that it is with a trusted provider, somebody like a distributor or say Submit Hub. Anyone who is promising you streams or is claiming that they are a music influencer is definitely someone you'd want to have a red flags up with. Oftentimes they turn out to be bad actors who can put you and your music at risk of being taken down. So I will wrap up as quickly as possible, but just from an editor perspective, they will be considering your song itself, the pitch that we create, And then those profile analytics, which is why I've been saying over and over and over again, we want to keep our fans on the profile as long as possible. Your profile does not have to have the most fans in the world, the most followers, you don't have to have the most streams, but by getting that engagement and having an active audience, even if it's a small audience, we can end up on playlists like this. Go ahead. Cool. The pre-release campaign, like I said, we could create a pre-save link to help get a buzz generated around the release before it goes live. And through that pre-save, we can also collect fan data. What I would strongly recommend doing with the pre-save is keeping in mind that most people are a little bit lazy. So if having a call to action in any post that reference your pre-save, go to the link in my bio, click the link in my bio, and then offering a reward. So if you click that link in the bio, can I also be rewarded with maybe a chance to get free tickets to my upcoming gig? Can I get access to early merchandise? These type of things. And finally, the post-release. We want to consider all of that data that we've collected. So you'll have data through your artist toolkits. You'll also have data through your royalty reports. But any data that we've captured through, say, the pre-save campaign, emails that are captured through that. What worked in our campaign, what did not, and how can we apply that to future releases? As you go into your next release, you might want to consider a waterfall. This is going to help you, it's basically a trickle release. So your release seems to grow from a single to a 2-track single, maybe then into an EP and then the full album. It's going to maximize the number of pitches that we can do to editors, and it also helps carry over those analytics to showcase to the editors that you do have an active fan base. And finally, getting paid. So you have finished your campaign, you can sit back and relax. Royalty reports will come in 1 to 3 months after the end of a sales period. So for example, if you had streams on Apple in December, you can likely expect to see royalties in February the next year. You'll simply create a self-billing agreement with any distributor that you're working with, share your banking details, and one final wee note that I do have is make sure that you agree on any payment splits before your music is distributed. Especially when it comes to friends, it's really easy to say that's an awkward conversation, I don't want to do it, but for your own sake, set up agreements before distribution. So anyway, just to recap, EmuBands is a digital music distribution service. You keep 100% of your royalties and 100% of your rights, but we want to make distribution as simple as possible by offering expert support. And that is me. Can you go to the next page? I don't know if there's time for questions. One quick question. If anyone has one, I know I kind of rushed through that, but does anyone have questions about distribution, pitching, waterfalls, anything like that? Yes. No. So EmuBands is very much for independent artists. We are very much for getting artists up and started. We know that the streaming game is hard, so we don't have any minimum payment requirements. Can I answer one more? Yes. Mhm. That is a very good question. So typically what I would recommend is separating the releases between 3 to 6 weeks. We do want to keep in mind the pitching schedule of 4 to 6 weeks, submitting that pitch 4 to 6 weeks in advance. But I would say between the release dates, 3 to 6 weeks. Typically with the overall release, that say between singles, that'll be consistently maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks separating them. And then for the final album, we might see a slightly larger window. But again, this would coincide with any other marketing efforts that you have going on. Cool. Well, if you have any other questions, I'll just be up there.
Morning. Right, that's all I have to say. Bye.
Is the little clicker guy working? Cool. Left and right. Yeah, I know left and right. Cool. Hi, how you all doing? I am going to sit down. Let me see if this is working. Is it? There we go. So today we are going to cover understanding the role of collection societies. I will try and make this as quick as possible. As Martha had said, it can appear to be a bit dry, but it is actually quite important. And I suppose what I'm going to try to achieve here is to kind of look at it from a perspective that maybe you haven't previously looked at it before. And then we'll try and leave some time for actual questions at the end because I feel that's most important. So again, my name is Jamie Gilmore. I am the founder of a company called Rightsbridge, and we help people sort of understand, manage, monitor, and ultimately monetize their various music pieces of intellectual property. I am a director at the company Emu Bands that SJ just spoke about. I'm a former arts manager, and I have a honours degree in commercial music, so I've been around for a long time. I have to say I've seen the subject of collection societies approached at numerous panels across sort of numerous different conferences in the past, and I've always felt that it's been done wrong. So I'm kind of going to try and make an attempt to do it differently today. And the way that I'm going to go about this, maybe first by starting by describing the way I've seen people do it wrong in the past, and that's you'll outline all of these collection societies and all of these sort of three-letter acronyms, all of these different organisations that do different things. And try to describe to people how they operate, how they work and what they do. Your head gets filled up with all of this information. Then eventually, after lots and lots of time being crushed under all of this horrible information, they talk about how that applies to you. And I kind of feel like a better way of doing it is by turning it on its head. We'll start by talking about why this is relevant in the first place, and then we build up from there. And really the only important thing is that you remember the things that you feel apply to you, and it's fine if you forget the rest, because the rest of it then just doesn't matter to you. So I'm going to start by talking about copyright. If any of you have seen me speak before, you'll know that I talk about copyright a lot. But copyright's basically the foundations of the entire music industry, in my opinion. We'll go into why that's the case in a minute. So copyright is a legal right. You'll sometimes hear people talk about copyright as if it's a verb, it's like it's something you go and do. Copyright is an act of law that protects certain pieces of intellectual property from what we were going to call restricted acts, basically from people performing certain acts on pieces of intellectual property. And I wanted to very quickly cover what copyright protects. So if you have musical works, literary works like books, dramatic works, that could be anything from a stage show to a television show, or artistic works, which again is a bit of a broader definition, but think about, fine art, etc. If you've created any of these works, then these would be considered works protected or eligible for protection by copyright, providing they are in a fixed and tangible state. So that means it's something that's not going to change. So if you were to sit and improvise a song with a guitar out front, and you like, oh, I've just created a new song, unless you've managed to either write it down or record it in a way that it's not going to change every time you go back to it, it's not eligible for copyright protection. But if it's in a fixed state, it is. It's got to be sufficiently original. I know there's a lot of creators in the room. I used to make music myself when I was younger, and it would commonly happen to me that I would try to create something. I'd be like, oh, this is an amazing new song I've written. Then realised I'd just written Layla by Eric Clapton again. So it has to be sufficiently original. If you've, plagiarised somebody else's work or accidentally copied something else, it may not be eligible. And the last thing is it has to be created by a qualifying individual. That used to be a real head scratcher, like for years talking about that. And I used to use an example of like your cat cannot create a work of literary, artistic, dramatic or musical works and have it protected by copyright because it's a cat. It has to be an individual, it has to be a person. That last line, which we're not going to go into today, has become a lot more sort of prominent and importance these days due to the rise of AI and essentially what it means to be a qualifying individual and what it, where the kind of role blurs between a robot doing a bit of the work and a human doing a bit of the work. Also, under the sort of musical copyrights, which is of course the whole reason we're talking about this today, we have two distinct different rights. We've got the right in the musical work, we've got the right in the recording. This bit is really important to understand. So the way to imagine the musical work would be like the top line melody, the lyric, the actual tune, the song that you are creating. And the way to think of the recording is almost like a fixed physical manifestation of that song. So if you think about the song living inside the recording. Now, if you write a song, let's say you've written a lyric, you've written a top line, you've either recorded it or you've written it down, it exists in a fixed state, it's sufficiently original, you're a qualifying individual. It's protected by copyright. Now, if you collaborate with a number of other people, it's protected by copyright and you're joint owners. Now, one of the things copyright doesn't do is it doesn't stipulate how that ownership is split. So if you're going to collaborate with other people, make sure that you have some sort of agreement or some sort of discussion as to how that ownership is shared so that you have a shared understanding of what you can do with it going forward. Now, that work is going to be protected by copyright for the entire lifetimes of those creators, plus 70 years after the death of the longest living creator. So it's around for a long time, and it's really important. We take that song, and let's say we record it. It doesn't mean that the person who owns the recording, or who arranges the recording, or pays for the recording, who, by the way, is the person who will own the recording, is going to be the same person as the person that wrote the song. So maybe a great example of thinking of this is if someone covers a song. The same people own the song, but a new person essentially owns like a new copyright in this recording. With regards to how long the copyright protection of recordings lasts, it's actually 50 years if you don't release the recording. So as soon as you've created this recording and it exists, it's like great, protected for 50 years. When you release the recording commercially, that then extends to 70 years. So it's 70 years from the period of release. I think for the majority of what you guys are doing, you should really think about the recording as having a sort of protection for 70 years. But, you may have demos, you may have different things that are sitting, unreleased, and they're still protected by copyright. It's not relying on its release format, but it's just protected for a short period of time. Before I move on, is it clear from my rantings the difference between the musical work and the recorded work? Does anybody have it? I know it's like a bit unconventional here, but does anybody have any questions about that? Fantastic. So, we have the people who own the song, we have the people who own the recording. So, the reason that we bring all this up is that what copyright does is it means that in order for people who want to use that music or incorporate it into their businesses or do anything with it at all, they need permission from the people who own those copyrights. So if you're exploiting a recording that has music in it, you need permission from the person who owns the songs that's inside that recording and the people who own the recording. If you are exploiting a recording just on its own somehow, then you only need permission from the person that owns the recording. If you are exploiting just the song, which is far more common, let's say like a live show, then you need permission from the people who owns the song. And again, it's like these kind of permissions are broken down into these kind of like what we call restricted acts. So if you want to reproduce a song and make copies of it, you need permission. If you need to reproduce or make copies of a recording, you need permission. If you want to distribute or sell or perform it publicly, again, you need permission. If you want to adapt it or transform it or change it in any way, again, you need permission from these particular individuals, the people who own these different rights. And, sorry, I was just kind of like a bit mixed up by the way that this stuff is laid out. These right holders are essentially the songwriters, composers, the musicians and recording labels. And again, that's kind of how it's broken down. I'll come back to kind of performers in a wee minute. Because I really want to jump to this, because this is, I think, the important thing about collection society, so we can just kind of get straight to the pace. To get the permission in order to use the music, there's two ways that you can approach this. There's a thing called direct licensing, there's a thing called blanket licensing. So direct licensing would be an example of you know who owns the songs and you know who owns the recordings. You can go to them directly and say, hey, I want to use this particular song and this particular recording in this way. Can I get permission to do that? In that instance, You can have an agreement with them, you'll negotiate a fee, you'll negotiate the terms of the usage, and you'll do a direct license. On the other side, there's a thing called blanket licensing. That's what we're really going to talk about today. That's where collection societies come in. So, I don't know if I'm covering this later, but I'll jump to it here. If you imagine companies that use lots and lots of music in their day-to-day business, so like a radio station's a really simple example of like a company that uses huge amount of recordings and a huge amount of songs. Streaming services use a huge amount of recordings, a huge amount of songs. Concert promoters over the space of a year, if it's a big concert promoter, will use a huge amount of songs. And it's very impractical for those businesses to do direct licenses with absolutely everybody that owns that particular piece of music. So there's got to be a simpler way of doing it. And the way that it's done is that there are these collection societies. And you hear lots of terms used for collection societies. CMO is a really common term you hear used, which is collective management organisation. PRO, you'll hear that used a lot, which is performing rights organisation, which usually only refers to the usage of one particular type of right, which we're going to get to in a second. But essentially, at their core, they're kind of the same thing. What they're doing is they're allowing music makers to go to them to get permission to use a lot of music, usually for a very flat fee for the all music for this amount of money, so that they can essentially operate their businesses. We're going to talk about the difference between these societies. So the first one is Mechanical Copyright Protection Society. These are UK-based societies as well. What they do is they represent songwriters. So a lot of people who I speak to get very confused about the term mechanical copyrights. They seem to think that that applies to recordings. I think the reason for that is that quite often the type of duplication that's applied in mechanicals actually is related to recordings, but it's not actually about recordings, it's about songs. So whenever a song is duplicated, permission is needed for that. And in the UK, the way you would get that permission is by going to the MCPS. And that could be, for example, if you are pressing up, say, 20,000 CDs, then you would need to go to MCPS, tell them the songs that are going to be on that CD. They'll do a license for you. You then go to the pressing plant, have the CDs pressed, you show the license to the pressing plant. That's how that works. For something like streaming, there's actually also mechanicals paid on streaming. So for every stream, there's like a temporary file, as far as I've been told, created on your machine while that's streaming. I think it's to stop it from like skipping or dithering or something. But either way, that's what happens. And because of that, there's a mechanical paid on every stream. Moving on to the next one, which you'll probably heard more of. That's PRS for music. PRS stands for Performing Rights Society. And they deal with performing rights. And that's more like the kind of performing, making available music being, passed out to the general public. I think a really good way to describe what this is to talk about how it actually started. There were 3 French composers, apparently, in Paris, in like a cafe, and one of their compositions was being played in the background. And he felt that it was wrong that lots of people were in this venue and they'd paid to be in the venue, and they were consuming goods and services in the venue so they could listen to his music, and he wasn't being remunerated in some sort of way. So they started the campaign to create performing rights, and performing rights eventually were created. SACEM, who are the French PRS, were the first performing rights organisation in the world, and that's why we have PROs now. Again, whenever you hear music is being performed to the public, so again, still think about live concerts. Music, although it's being played by musicians, the people who wrote that music may not necessarily be present, and they need to be remunerated for that. But again, if something's being played on the radio through a recording, that music that's inside the recording is being exploited in order to attract an audience to essentially, sell probably advertising if it's a radio station. And again, those composers need to be remunerated. The last one here is PPL, and it says neighbouring rights, because there's a couple of things that come under PPL which I want to talk about. But PPL in the UK only deal with recordings, and they deal with those recordings when they are broadcast, whether that be, traditionally, antenna towers kind of like broadcast or broadcast digitally, or if their music is used in like public spaces, so think cafes, pubs, clubs. PPL issue licenses to those types of businesses so they can include recordings in those particular settings. And again, they collect that money and then they pay the people who own those copyrights. And at this point, something kicks in. So the people who own the copyrights to the recording would be whoever paid for the recording. And you say, okay, so they get those royalties. But another act of law kicks in, which is nothing to do with copyright. It's completely separate. And it's the Act for Equitable Remuneration for Performers and Producers on Phonograms. And it's in response, again, this is a bit dry, but in response to a thing called the Rome Convention, where it was decided that when recordings are being licensed in this kind of way, the performers who are on those recordings, they're also entitled to some money. So what they're doing at PPL is they're taking the money that they're gaining from those licenses and they're halving it in two. One half goes to the recording artist, one half goes to the recording owner, and the other half goes to people who performed on the recordings. Does everybody follow me so far? Okay. So that was the UK-based organisations, and I've decided to put this little slide up here. I'm not going to go into who all of these different organisations are, but the UK-based organisations are tied into like an international network of other similar organisations in different countries, and they perform basically a similar role. So in the same way that if your music is played on, say, the radio in the UK, that's licensed by PRS, and they collect that money for songwriters and pay that to them. In France, you'll have SACEM. In Germany, you'll have GEMA. In Spain, you'll have SEGAI. In Japan, you'll have like Jazz Rack. So there's a society network all around the world, and that's for mechanical societies, performing rights societies, and again with organisations like PPL, they're called phonographic performance societies. And they all talk to each other, they all license on behalf of each other, and they basically make sure that they pass the money from one side all the way back along. And again, these are examples of just some of the people who are, using that music, who are paying for that music. I kind of want to skip to this. So this bit here is really important because this kind of tells a story as to how that kind of like international payment system actually works in practice. So if you are a songwriter, you should join those PROs, like Performing Rights Organisations, PRS. If you are unrepresented by a publisher or an administrator, you should also join mechanical copyright collection societies like MCPS. You only need to join one and they'll take care of you for the rest of the world. And they will give you a number that is unique to you as a songwriter. You call that either your CIE number or your IPI number. So if you imagine how many people in the world are called John Smith writing music, so there might be like 20 John Smiths, but every John Smith has a unique number so that there's no confusion over who this particular person is. So John Smith joins as a songwriter. When it comes to the PPL side of things, you would join and you would have one of two numbers or both. One would be a PID number for you as a owner of recordings, and the other would be a number that would be for you who's a performer. And you would be responsible for ensuring that the assets that you've created, be them songs or recordings, are present within those society databases, that they've been registered, the society's been told all about them. So you would tell PRS and MCPS, title of your song, duration of your song, who the creators of your song are, what the splits are. And they would give that information a unique code, which is what this is here. It's an ISWC. So it's International Standard Work Code. And again, that's unique to that particular song. There might be loads of songs called Power of Love, but there's only one song, Power of Love, with that particular number. Recordings operate exactly the same. So you would register your recording, and that would be given an ISRC, International Standards Recording Code. You'll see who performed on it, who the owners are, how long it is, the title, the artist name, and again, that ISRC number, even if all of the information on the other stuff is replicated again and again and again, that particular code tells you that that's the unique recording, specifically for a particular recording. UPC I've put in at the end because it is quite important, but is used a lot less. That's Universal Product Code. That's for, like, for example, if you've got something on a single or an album, so like, or a product of some sort. So your barcode number is essentially your UPC number. And what happens, let me see if this next slide is, that's my last slide. So what happens is when music is used, they try to detect essentially which of these codes has been used, and it creates a pipeline. So if you imagine a recording on a radio station gets played and they can tell which recording it is, because of the way things are registered, that recording should link to the song that's inside the recording. So you've got that ISRC linking into that ISWC, and off of those numbers, there's links to individuals. Again, IPI numbers, PID numbers, CA numbers that signify individuals. So you can follow this kind of breadcrumb trail along to see essentially who should be paid from what particular asset when it gets used through these licensing organisations. Again, this is me kind of moving out talking about what I actually do and why I'm going on about this. So I run a company called RightsBridge, and we help people sort of understand and manage and monetize like their different types of music copyrights. So for example, you might end up being a self-releasing artist, and in that instance, you're like wearing three hats. You are not only the songwriter, but you are the recording owner, and you are the performer on those recordings. So like, how do you know that you're getting all of the money that you should be getting? Well, you have a look at what your music is doing in the world, you look at the money that you're receiving, and you look at your roles, and you compare how that's all performing to kind of get a better idea as to what you're actually being paid for. And again, I can't kind of hammer this home enough, but we do this understand, manage, and monitor thing for this reason. If you understand what it is you're creating and what royalties you should be receiving through those creations, you can manage them better. We can help with that. And by monitoring how they're performing closely, you can have a better idea of whether there's any problems in that kind of pipeline. And again, if there are any problems, a company like me can help fix them. Or if you notice them yourself, you can fix them yourself. I hope that I've managed to kind of achieve what I was trying to with regards to kind of like changing the way people look at collection societies. So just to be really clear, what I really wanted to get there is for you to have this idea that you're making music and people need permission to use your music. And in order to get your permission, you need to have some incentive to give it, which is usually money. That money, for the most part, is divided down into royalties that are paid to all of the people that are involved in the creation of that music. And that's me done. Does
You're
anybody have
party
any questions?
So we're actually not going to take crowd questions right now because
Taylor?
Jamie and SJ are both going to be up at a stall here, and you can come and speak to them one-to-one. They're going to be here for the rest of the day. So ideally, if you just speak to them in a break so you don't miss any of the other sessions, but they'll be able to help you out with any questions that you might have. I'm just going to give them all a sec. Do you guys want a water? Prep yourself. Perfect. So, my name's Martha. I am an artist. I am based in Edinburgh at the moment, but I've been in Glasgow for the last 5 years. I make music under the name Indoor Foxes, and I'm going to be the quiz master. I'm asking the questions today. We've got a bit of an all-star lineup. So we've got Lucy here, who is a DJ. She runs Gully Gully and Serve. Have I pronounced them both right? Good. We've also got Owen here, who works for Mainstage and Days Festival, which are two incredible programs of artists and work. And then Chef, the rapper, you run Elements HQ as well, which is another night. Sweet. I'm going to let them introduce themselves in their own words. Do you want to start?
Okay. Hi, I'm Lucy, also known as Lucky Babe, which is my artist name. I am a DJ and producer and events organizer. Obviously, that's why I'm here. And yeah, so we've been running Gully Gully for just over a year now and Serve for about 6 months. And they are both Black focused nights. Gully Gully is Black electronic music and Serve is more Black and queer with ballroom adjacent vibes. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say.
Owen, you want to jump in?
Hello. Yeah, my name's Owen. I work for Mainstage Festivals. We do Snowbox out in France and Kala in Albania. They're both a mix of a holiday and a festival. So we have artists like Fatboy Slim, and then Albania is a lot more underground. And then also, as a side thing, in Edinburgh, I have Days Festival, and that's down in Granton, and that's more focused on local artists with sort of 6 or 7 big headliners. Yeah, that's kind of something I curate and do all the direction on.
My name is Chef. I am an artist myself, so I am a rapper and performer. I've been working on music for quite a number of years right now, but recently moved to Edinburgh just last year, and I've set up my own events night. It's electronic based within the world of house. Everything's kind of house adjacent. Our main kind of message with Elements, which is the night, is we kind of bring a festival environment within a venue. So we include live painters, poetry, which we redesigned the whole venue with. We have stalls there. You just actually get to go home and not sleep in a tent at the end of it. So, yeah.
Such a great group of people. All of the events that these guys run are absolutely incredible, and you should check them all out after this if you get the chance. So should we jump into questions? The first question is, what inspired you to set up your project, and how did you get started, or how did your first event come to be?
So Gully Gully originally started as a group chat. There's quite a few of us within the scene who were kind of missing out on bookings for more techno or electronic nights and getting booked more for Afrobeats or R&B or hip hop, when it was really we want to play the instance, but weren't really getting booked for that. So yeah, we just started our own thing so that we'd really have an opportunity to experiment with playing that, but also make opportunities for others, and also to bring other artists up as well. I think our first event was all just us playing for free, which is generally how it starts. A lot of working for free at start. And then our biggest event, I think, was at Stereo, which we did co-promotion, which was the launch of a film called Taps, which is about a guy who summons a demon on Grindr. It's by my friend Louis, who I run Serve with. So for that night, because of the themes, we had Reptile B come up. We also had Evissa Max come as well. So we had big headliners. That was our first one. And then from that, we realized that there is actually space for a Black queer night in Glasgow. So we set up Serve as well, which is more ballroom focused. They do kind of go into each other. Just Gully Gully's more electronic music based, kind of music nerd, very yeah. And then Serve is very queer, very black, very ballroom, and a bit more silly, I
Yeah.
think, yeah. And yeah, so we do stuff with House Ball Scotland and community events as well, to kind of really bring the community together as well as just partying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. I'm just going to go down the line for this one.
Yeah, I think what inspired our first event is that I went to uni up in Aberdeen, and there's not many clubs up there. So like for house and electronic music, it was pretty much just tunnels. So there was very much an appetite for a smaller party, more intimate space, and like my friends and I also wanted to DJ more. But yeah, generally a change of scenery and wanted to offer something different.
Well, I had moved down. I mean, I'm from Aberdeen actually, but I had moved down to Edinburgh last year in July. And previously, I've managed a couple of DJs who are doing really well at the moment. And I just love electronic music myself. So my kind of desire and what inspired me to create this night was primarily I was going to a lot of DJ events and a lot of electronic music events, and there was I feel like with most of us it stems from something that's just missing. You know, if there's something that you feel is missing, most likely you're not the only one that's feeling it. So it just took, I guess, just thinking about the different aspects of what I think was missing from, especially within Edinburgh, which actually has quite a thriving electronic scene in some ways. There are electronic nights regularly every week that are packed out every kind of week. But there's always like little things here and there that, you know, if that I personally thought could be added or could be included within that ecosystem. So it was just finding those individual things and kind of honing in on those and actually like paying attention to it.
Kind of finding your niche.
Yeah, and just figured out the things that I would actually really, really love to see that I'm not currently seeing, and then trying to implement that into a night myself.
Love it. That actually leads quite nicely on, especially because your night's a bit newer. What is involved in setting up an event, like a club night or like a festival or a gig, and where should people start if they want to set their own event up?
So starting off a night, I guess there's kind of 3, maybe 4 things. The last 2 kind of tie into each other. So the first thing I think is like your concept. Like you kind of have, well, not kind of, you need to have a clear idea as to like what is like your thing. Because every single venue, event, restaurant, bar, wherever it goes to, when you walk in, you kind of feel a certain vibe, you feel a certain way, and you have to, if you're starting that night, you have to be clear as to what it is you want that to be. That doesn't mean closing off any other feelings or emotions, but it means making sure that there's at least one thing that everybody is experiencing that can really tie them together. I think that's one thing which is very important. So definitely having a concept. Another thing, I guess, which is really kind of like how you're going to operate, the ways that you want to operate, because things happen very quickly. They happen so fast, and people get involved, and people join, and they also leave, and there's so much space for like transformation throughout creating and starting a night that you kind of really need to know kind of how you want to run, the ways that you want to run, so that you're not kind of taken off path and taken and dragged left, right, and center, because there's so many things that just happen throughout it, which are more external factors. And I guess the last thing as well is making sure that you really know how you want to communicate your what's the meaning of your night and what's the message of your night. Because even though it's a night where people are going to dance, they're going to have fun, those spaces actually mean so much more to the people who are there than just having good music and having some nice lighting. They're like, for one thing, they can be safe havens. They can be places where people find their best friends, where people make connections that last the rest of their life. So like your meaning and message behind what you do is something that's very important. And I think once you can establish those 3 things, you have a really good foundation for where you're going to build and how you're going to grow, especially if things go well. And also if things don't go well, then you can still go back to that foundation.
Totally. Does anyone have anything they want to add? in terms of like how you might go about setting up your own event or night?
I think definitely finding the right people to do it with is a big factor, because you're going to be working with these people a lot. You're going to be having to spend the whole night together. There's a lot of planning that goes into the lead up to it, and it has to be people who you can really spend time with socially as well, to just have like a normal conversation and get to know each other, to kind of have a not just like a professional relationship, but also an actual personal relationship, so that you can, like, you know, meet for coffee and then talk about it, and it's not going to feel like work, because in the beginning you're not going to be making money at the start for sure. And also the same kind of, to make sure you're on the same page with a creative vision, and if you're not, make sure it's people who can compromise for sure, because I've from experience that has been a problem with
It's
like
like picking the right
poster
band
design.
members.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, just, and make sure you're going into it for the right reasons as well. That it is, like Chef was saying, about like creating an environment for people to find this community, or find people, or just to have a good time, rather than, oh, I want to, I don't know, have loads of followers on Instagram and make loads of money and blah blah blah. Because if you go into it for that reason, and you don't get that immediately, you're going to be disappointed, and it's not going to be fun, and you're going to want to give it up. I've seen so many nights start as quickly as they end for that very reason. So when you go into the idea of making space for people, then when you see people finding each other or having a great time, or being like, wow, I've never really been to an event like this before, I didn't know there was anything like this here, like, that's your payment there. And then that's when you're like, okay, yeah, I'm going to keep doing this.
This leads quite nicely on to the next question of how did you build your audience in the reach of your event? You know, looking at like your promotion tactics, finding your audience, generating a buzz. Maybe Owen, you want to start on this one?
Yeah, I think nowadays you have a lot of social media, there's ads, you know, all this sort of stuff. But generally, word of mouth is your best bet. If you can make the event great, the first one, if it's a two-edged sword, it will go in one of two ways. If your event's rubbish, those people will tell their friends that it's rubbish. So basically, don't do that.
Make sure your event is not bad.
Yeah, make sure your event is not bad.
Love
if your
it.
event is good, that will get passed on to their friends. And getting a customer to come back is substantially less expensive than putting in loads of money on ads than, this sort of thing. For example, with Carla Festival, the marketing team on that, we managed to stop ads, and a lot of the custom, about 60% of it is return custom from the year before. And then that's just friends. So yeah, you can save a lot of money by word of mouth. But then, apart from that, social media, a lot of stuff works for some people. Chef does a lot of good stuff with his Elements Night, but that wouldn't work for us. And you can't just copy and paste what other people do. You need to figure out what resonates with your audience and, do that.
So what do you guys feel sets you apart from other club nights, festivals, or gigs? Like looking at maybe communities or engaging in particular demographics? You know, you're talking about building a loyal audience that return, and you're talking about, both of you are talking about like doing it for the right reasons and finding a niche, you know.
Following on from what Owen was said, like with Elements we use a lot more social media, but with that we use it in a way where, because we work with so many different creators, we have like live painters, we have different stalls that are there. We really try and create that kind of. We really want it to be like literally like a festival, that is just in a venue. Because we do that, a lot of what makes us different, which is part of our kind of getting our word, getting our name out there, is we love to collaborate with those creators. So often, a lot of time throughout the week, I'm traveling essentially like all over Edinburgh, down to the borders, meeting with these creators and just shooting like days in the life of them, so that there's kind of more of a connection. I think that's really what that is one of the things that sets Elements apart, is that When you walk in, it does genuinely feel like you're in that creative, fun space. There's a couple of other things as well, because we're so focused on the arts as an overall as well as the music. We like provide like free teas and coffees to people who come in. We've been lucky enough to be able to get a really great drink sponsor, which is Jabel, on board at the moment, where we can, for the specific societies that we've partnered with, which we've also chosen very particularly. So we're not just one of those kind of club nights that just sends out 50 emails to every student society and just sees who bites. We've kind of looked at the socials that other societies that could be similar to us have, and we've invited them along, and we'll also provide like welcome drinks to them as well. So it's about kind of like curating that experience from start to end. And in particular, like just kind of really trying to make people feel at home. I think that's one thing that we really try and do. With the teas and coffees thing, there's a secondary reason to that. It's not just, hey, it's Scotland and it's cold, but it's also the fact that there's a lot of people who don't want to drink when they go out on a night out. And because this is primarily like an arts-based night, it's not only for artists, but it's for people who love to look at art, and for people who want to listen to great art, which like music is art, as we all know. Like listen to great art, look at great art, experience that. It's one of those ones where it's like you might be the friend that loves to have a few pints, loves to have a couple shots of tequila, and your friend just isn't feeling it that day, or they've got an early start that next morning, and we didn't want to exclude those people. So I think something that sets us apart is that we're thinking of like how can we accommodate to everybody who wants to be a part of what we have.
So it's more about focusing on art rather than like on a particular group of people or an existing experience, really.
Yeah, definitely.
Sweet. Do either of you guys want to jump in? I mean, you've got Gully Gully and Serve, which both serve quite specific demographics.
Yeah, I think for us, really just serving those specific demographics is what sets us apart, especially within the queer nightlife scene, within electronic music in Scotland. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't that way. But yeah, what sets us apart, I think, like I was saying, like Gully Gully is more kind of, it's not super serious, like we're still quite silly with it sometimes, but I think definitely not taking ourselves too seriously, like making ourselves as accessible as possible, to not be like, oh yeah, like we're this cool edgy night, and then people will see that movie be like, oh, I don't know if I could really like show up to that by myself. Like making sure that people know that they can come and have a good time and find their people. With Serve, it just gets a bit ridiculous. Like I think at the Christmas one, I was dressed up as an elf, and there was like a Santa, like Santa's grotto, like naughty and nice list. And I think it's just keeping it fun, because that's
100%.
That's better than being cool and edgy.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, again, similar, and just hitting like a bit of an untapped market, really. Most festivals are sort of the big ones, sort of say Fly, Terminal V. They're aimed at sort of an age demographic between 18 and 21, but Days is kind of more targeted, sort of post-uni, 25 plus, and yeah, people get to their mid-20s and there's not a lot for them, so they just kind of stop partying, but people do still want to party when they're 25. So yeah, that's kind of what.
Retweet.
Yeah, so that's kind of, that's kind of what we're here for, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Our lineup kind of is aimed at that and dictates that. We're not specifically just going for that older audience, but it's kind of catered towards that. There's parts of the event that there's plenty of places to sit because, yeah,
Facts.
that's basically it.
That's actually the worst part of clubbing. Sometimes I'm like, bro, my legs hurt, my knees. What happened? I turned 23 and it was like, ugh. Right. The horror question: how do you make it work financially? I know just how expensive it is to put these nights on. You've got to pay the venue, you've got to pay the artist. What suggestions do you done this before and are trying to navigate that financial landscape?
So I would say reach out to venues. Some venues, like for example Stereo in Glasgow, they do co-promotion where you will get a flat fee as a promoter, but they will take care of the rest of the budget basically, but they will also then keep the profit from all of the ticket sales. So it's kind of like you will get paid for putting on the event, but they kind of take the risks financially there. With other events, we have put in a lot of money, and then just keep a note of what you spent, and then when you get the ticket sales back, pay that money back to yourself, and then whatever is left over, keep that in the fund for the night. And gradually over time, you'll see that slowly build. Like in the first one, you might have like a couple of hundred, but then you'll gradually see it build up and up and up if you keep that separation. But do be sure to pay yourselves when you can, because otherwise you will burn out and then there won't be any night at all. A way to do that would be, if you are an artist or a DJ or a designer or photographer, to pay yourself as that at your set rate, aside from the night. So the night will still get money, but you will also kind of book yourself as a creative as part of that. And then you
Kind
will
of
get
hire
paid.
yourself.
Yeah, basically, which also makes it easier to like sourcing other people, and you have a clear creative vision of what the night's going to be, so you don't have to brief somebody on that already. So that's a way to pay yourself for your time, but while also keeping money going into the actual night. We do like our own set design. It's very arts and crafts, very DIY. I do a lot of the poster design myself. Like, I'm not a graphic designer, but I've learned a lot in this process. Like with set design, it was like a bus out to Hobbycraft, buying loads of fabric and spending an evening doing like arts and crafts in my flat. Or for the Christmas one, it was like getting empty boxes from shops around and then wrapping them in wrapping paper job lot that we got from Vinted. And then that was like set design, rather than splashing out like, I don't know, like £300 on like a set designer.
Mm-hmm.
Just, yeah, keep it very DIY to save money, but pay yourself where you can, but keep the funds for the night too. Yeah.
Just if you were curious what job lot means, it's kind of like a jumble sale, like random assortment of a particular kind
Yeah.
of item that you can get on eBay. So you can buy like 10 kilograms of random beads, which I have done.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to be able to find. Any other financial wisdom?
Yeah, I think similarly, learn how to do everything yourself. Make posters, film and edit, like build stuff, set up the equipment, learn how socials work, learn how ads work on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. And then in block capitals, I've got save the money, don't spend it on rubbish, which is very similar. Because, yeah, you can do a night and you can probably make a good chunk of money. Then you go out and you spend it all. I did this. And then
Yeah.
got to the next night and I was like, oh, right.
Oops.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
It also applies if you're in a band. It's
Yeah.
good to save the profits that you get, but you can also still pay yourself.
Yeah, I'd just recommend sort of paying for the next event before you take any money out yourself.
Yeah. We actually did that after the Christmas party that we did. The day after, we all went for brunch. Although, and at the time I was like, oh my god, this is so much money, because like we covered it all, and we're like, we'll take this out of the fund when we get the money. But it was actually, it seems like a waste to spend that money, but it actually really rounded off the night in a good way and brought us all together to kind of reflect on the night, what we would do for the next one and stuff. And moving forward, we're like a closer core team after that, rather than just being tired the next day. Although we will not be doing that after every single night. It was just a Christmas occasion.
Sink the kitty down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think another thing is to just be honest with yourself about how much money you have to put into it. That's like one big thing, especially with with Elements being quite a new night. That's one thing that we just had to be like. There were definitely a lot more DJs that we wanted to book that if we did, it just wouldn't have been a smart decision. It probably would have made the night maybe. We think it would have made the night a bit more enjoyable. We still had amazing feedback, and a lot of people are going to be coming back. But sometimes you just really have to be honest with yourself. And if you're working with, if it's more than just you that's making those decisions, just always have two eyes on everything, because it might be a really great idea, but it's always great to have a second pair of eyes if you're working with. If it's more than just you, even if it is just you, try and find somebody that you can talk to even if it's not like on a director level, if you have a friend that you really trust who's done anything with any sort of money, just try and find somebody else that can maybe you can bounce an idea off of to be like, is this really worth it? Because the expenses will just, they pile up, they pile up, they pile up, they pile up, and then something really important comes up and you need to kind of have that budget there and you need to make it sustainable. So I think a big thing which we learned is just to be honest. And there's times when we've had discussions with DJs and we're like, we'd really love to book you for this one, and then it's like, okay, we're just going to also have that discussion where it might have to be a little bit further down the line, just because, yeah, budgets are just what they are. And for you to continue to put on a great event or for people to really enjoy themselves, like you have to, well, as we've just been hearing, like you can't burn out. Like Lucy was saying, like if you burn out, then that will be seen throughout the night. Like the energy changes throughout the night. So you want to make sure that you haven't burnt out, and that you're not worrying about how you're going to eat breakfast the next morning. I mean, at least you're able to get brunch, which is
Just kind of keeping it real and stuff, you know, like
Yeah,
keeping
you
it
have-
honest with yourself.
Yeah, you have to be very honest with yourself. And also, like, this is a big one. Like, chill on the guest lists, all right?
Facts.
Okay, like if you want people to, there is a limit, and this is something which I was very strong on, me myself particularly out of our group, which is like, if we want people to value our night, we have to let them value it by allowing. I mean, it's not. I mean, you don't want to. We make sure our prices are very affordable. That's one thing. So it's about making sure that it's not inaccessible for people, and that whatever people are paying is worth that value. But you can't just, if especially for your first one, if you give like half of your tickets away for free, how many of those people, even if they enjoy, are going to want to pay for the second one? To them, that's a free service to them. And you know, the artists aren't the artists that you're booking are like, I presume that if you're booking them, you think they're amazing, you think they're great, and it's also about adding value to their craft as well. You know, this is something that people should pay for, and they should go to it, and they should think that was so worth it. They should even think that was a bargain. I can't believe I got that experience. But if you know, you can't just give all your tickets away for free just to kind of have the room free for one, like full for one night. You really have to watch your margins, and everyone's always. It's just a natural thing where a lot of people are going to come and they're going to be like to the person on the door, like, oh, I know this person, and they do know you, but it's like, you didn't agree that they were going to be in free. So
If they're really your friend, they'll buy a ticket to support you.
they will, and
They really will, because I've just had to spend so much money on my friends' gig tickets. I'm skint.
yeah. So
Speaking of
just
being
be
skin,
careful about that.
Any money saving tips? Anything people can do to promote their work without a lot of money?
Yeah, with the event launching the Taps film, we did actually promote the event on Grindr because that's what the film was about, which did work for a while, but then I was getting some interesting messages. But also, I would say, yeah, just to use your own skills that you have yourself, but also within your own community. And it's kind of back to the guest list thing as well. Like, we had a lot of help from people, and that's who was on our guest list. And actually, a lot of those people had already bought a ticket as well. But we had a donation of a pole, like a stage pole for the performers. We had from the event we had in October, somebody was giving lifts to pick up the judges for the Vogue night. Donations of camera equipment, lighting, and stuff like that. And those are the people that we put on the guest list. But really just like having a creative community, and I guess just being friendly and nice to people, like from an authentic place, obviously, will mean that when you do need these skills or people with these skills, you could be like, oh, hey, can you help me out? And then also if you have skills yourself, you can help them out when they need it too. But we do pay people where we can, of course, but it will be less than if it was like a complete stranger. But when you can pay your friends, like, it's really nice, especially if they're like quite new to something, but you know they're really talented. It's like, oh, like I'm gonna get you a paid job doing the thing that I know you're really great at right now. And it's also just nice to work with your friends as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't be afraid to ask for people to be involved. And once again, a part of it, like being honest about what you can and can't offer them. And because most people, especially, will be like, oh, well, I can't do this for that, but I could do this for maybe this amount. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, we do have enough. And then you can kind of piece things together and build it up from there. So, you know, I always think like if you like write out your perfect idea, like everything perfect, and like scale back to what's real, like, you know, like we would all, like there was a lot of extra things we wanted to do, and based on budgets and who we were able to contact with and people's just availability as well, we were then able to scale back to some, but at least it was still in the vein of what we wanted to do. So definitely don't be afraid to ask, as you're saying, and, you know, offer what you can. A favor goes a long way. One of our DJs, like I'm an artist myself, so I'm performing at one of their nights that they're doing, and they're going to perform with us. We're still paying each other, but like it's a significant discount on both sides, which means that we're both able to like help each other out in an environment that really works for each other. So yeah, that's definitely like a really, really good.
It seems like there's lots of like real meaningful advantages to having a community surrounding your work and your project. And you've heard a little bit about you two. You've got quite community based, like I don't want to say small, that's not the right word, but like slightly more intimate events than maybe like main stage and days events. Owen, do you have anything to add about advantages to having a community surrounding your work from a sort of larger scale perspective?
Yeah, for days we have a WhatsApp community that has around 700 or 800 people in it. And again, it's great because it's word of mouth, but you can also sense check a lot of your ideas. Because while I might think, oh, maybe we'll book Chef, that seems in my head, I'm like, yeah, that's a really great idea. I can then ask the community and say, should we book Chef? And they might go, yeah,
Hell no.
Absolutely
Say
not.
yes.
Absolutely not. That guy's the worst. And then, yeah, then basically I'll save myself a lot of money. So you can. It's very good
Not
for
that
sense check and
expensive.
stuff. Yeah, he's also a nice guy. So yeah,
I'm
I
sure
think-
they'd be like, hell yeah, man, get him out, headliner.
Yeah, you could just ask them. It's if you have a good group of people like that, 700 to 800 people, and you can put in a bunch of artists, and you can do a poll. Generally, that represents a bigger group of people. It's
That's
just
so
like a massive
scary.
focus group.
That's so scary as an artist, like being judged in the group chat. The fear.
Literally.
Nah,
It'd be so weird if you were actually part of the group chat. If
imagine
were
you
part of the
saw that and
community
you
and
saw
you're like-
yourself in the group. We're getting off topic, off topic. I've got my two favourite questions to finish up, and I'd love to get an answer from all three of you on both questions. So feel free to just chime in. We're going to take kind of the rest of the time on the panel for these two questions. If you were starting up again, what would you do differently? And are there any mistakes that other people can learn from?
So because I started Gully Gully in like January last year, and then Serve was kind of more in August, with the first event being in October. Over the process of those kind of 7 months of doing Gully Gully, I did learn things that would help, so that when it got time to starting Serve, I already did those things. So I think it was having a logo already. Actually, something that really helped was setting up the email account before we'd even planned the first event. We had a separate Google account and made sure that everybody on the team had access to that, so that it wasn't just one person responding to all the emails and having to relay back to the group. It's like we can all check those emails or respond to them depending on where the capacity is. I think, yeah, also we kind of started really early to build a relationship with Resident Advisor, because it took us a few months to do that with Gully Gully, but with Serve we did that pretty much straight away, and that's really helped a lot. Resident Advisor is like a ticketing platform. People also use it just to see like what events are on as well. So yeah, if you don't know what that is, so yeah, building a relationship with them and kind of making sure everybody has access to the Instagram account or the Google accounts or the drives, so that everybody can be like hands-on with what we're doing.
Sick.
Yeah.
Owen, you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, similarly to question 5, just save the money and don't spend it on rubbish.
Yep.
It's so easy to do. But I mean, you got to have fun as well. So yeah, get a part-time job and don't count on the money to pay for your bills.
Yeah, definitely get a part-time job, like if you can, even if it's something. 1 second. It will touch back to something that I said before, which is definitely just have 2 eyes on everything. I think if you're starting something and you're in a group, even if something is your role, that's something that you're in charge of, just have at least 2 eyes. Everything probably should just go in. You should have like a group chat with the people who are at that decision-making level. And 100% just make sure that kind of everything goes across there. And even if it still is going to be your way, it's only fair to people that you discuss that with them so that they understand why you're going there. Because there will be times, especially when you're very new, and if you're starting out something new, like that's how you're creating your group dynamics throughout there. Even if you've been like a friendship group for years, working together creates a whole new dynamic. That's now a working relationship that you also have as well as a friendship. So everything is different, and I think it's just being aware of those things and making sure that, I just think 2 eyes on everything, because there were some expenses at the start of Elements which would not have gone across if we had 2 eyes on things. And like we've learned from that, and you just kind of have to take the hit. And just also making sure that which is a really fortunate thing, we haven't had an issue with the second part, which is just like kind of keep like there shouldn't be a blame game with anything. Mistakes happen, and we all have to take our own accountability for those mistakes happening. So I think a big thing which you should try and keep in mind is to not try and point fingers and play the blame game. So yeah.
Good admin and teamwork. Hell yeah. A good email, good well-crafted email. Right, little quick-fire answers from you guys so we can get some questions from the crowd. In terms of building contacts and what to look out for, what is a piece of advice you would give to artists navigating the live music industry?
Something I always say in every interview or panel or podcast I do is it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice, because just speak to everybody. You can learn something new from everyone. And that's how, just be friendly, I guess. Don't go up and be like, oh, this person's doing this really cool thing, I'm going to go talk to them. Because you could probably learn something, maybe even from like the person working on the bar, like you never know. So yeah, just speak to people and connect with people from an authentic place, and that's networking, I suppose. Yeah,
That's networking.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think being part of the scene is really important. Whichever scene it is that you want to be a part of, you can't just rock up. For example, if it's DJing, I wouldn't just rock up, DJ, go home. When you're first starting out, you need to, even if you're not DJing on a night, go down to that night. Same with bands. Go down to the club, see people in person, because you get so many, as a promoter, you get so many messages from people saying, hey, your night looks really good. I'd love to come play at it. You can generally 9 out of 10 say to them, have you been to the night? And they haven't. And you want to make, a real connection with these people. And yeah, we've spoken a lot about doing stuff for free when you first start. And I do think volunteering for stuff, for bigger stuff, is really important. With Main Stage, we have volunteers out to Snowbox every year, the same with Cala. Like, you get everything paid for, but like you're volunteering there, and that looks great on a CV. And that's how I got my job there, from volunteering, and have a vast CV of stuff.
Yeah, I can only add on top of what they've both just said, what Owen and Lucy have said. Definitely going out, meeting people. I've always, I just I like to go out, I either have a coffee with somebody, follow up as well. I think that's a thing that a lot of people don't do. when they do meet the people, when they do go out, you have the great conversation and you're like, yeah, like we should stay in touch. And they're like, yeah. And then it feels like sometimes a lot of people, they're waiting for somebody to like maybe like one of their posts before they then message them like, hey, just message someone. Just go and message them. If you've met them, like they'll most likely like remember meeting you, and if not, then you can remind them, hey, remember we talked about this or that. Just like don't be afraid to message someone. And if they genuinely like haven't seen it, even if they have seen it, most people, if they don't reply, most of the time it's because they're busy, unless you're like asking for some like, hey, can you book me for the main stage of whatever, like in Paris or something like that. Like if it's just like, hey, we'd still love to catch up, like we said, or something like that, and they like don't reply, don't be afraid to follow up. Be like, hey, just wondering if you missed this. Like most of the time people might just be busy. They might have meant to reply and didn't. Like we've all been there. So just don't be afraid to follow up, because often a lot of good things happen from there.
I forgot to say something. When it comes to competition with other events, it isn't always competition. And by seeing it as competition, you could actually be like setting yourself down for making a great connection. In December, we had an office Christmas party themed event. And then there was a party down in London that we saw was also doing an office Christmas party themed event. And the first instinct, if you're in competition, would be like, oh my God, they copied us. Like, what the hell, they're doing the same. But actually what we did was we reached out and we were like, hey, you're also a queer night. You're doing an office Christmas party. We're a queer night doing an office Christmas party. It seems like we're on the same page. We have the same ideas. Would you like to collaborate at some point? And then now next week we're going down and we're doing a duo event in London at Brixton Jam, which is a huge venue. But if we saw that initially and we were like, what the hell, they copied us, and then started some weird like Instagram beef, like we would have just been like
Get them cancelled on TikTok.
stuck in Glasgow watching them collaborate with somebody else. Like so yeah, like if someone's doing the same thing as you, that's great. Like reach out to them, be like, hey, what's up? Let's collaborate, rather than being like, oh my God.
Yeah, adding on top of that, like become familiar with the other promoters that are running things within the venue that you're going to be working in. Once again, it's not competition. If there are things the day before, the day after, there's ways that you can work together. Even invite them down to the night so they can experience it, so like they can feel that vibe. So definitely, like, yeah, the competition thing. So I didn't mean to like just talk, but just specifically as well within your venue, make sure that like you just like say, hey, like we saw what you're doing. Like if there's ones that you like, we'd love to have you along. We'd also love to come and see your thing. Yeah, just because you're in the same venue doesn't mean that like there's not a competition that we have to be the best in that venue. Like you can all help each other. They might know DJs or other creators or something that can help as well, sound techs, whatever. So
especially in places like Edinburgh and Glasgow where there's such a scene, it's like everyone knows everyone. You want to be friends and nice to everyone. I also think from an artist's perspective, you need like a completely unbridled, almost delusional self-confidence in yourself that it's going to be fine, and you just need to like persevere beyond all like adversity. Questions? There's a mic somewhere, a roaming mic. We've made you loud now as well. It's for the stream. Does anyone have any questions for all of the panelists or any of the panelists specifically? Use the mic. Use the roaming mic some juice.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, it's quite like underground sort of with DJs that you try and hire, like sort of not as commercialised DJs. I was wondering, how do you scale your event? Because is there a limitation to that point where there's a niche you're at, if you're in a niche? How do you scale it without trying to lose that like undergroundness of it and not have the commercial goes like, I don't know, book like some more commercialized DJs?
So we've had headliners at our events. We had Mickey Blanco in December, who's international, and we've also had Avista Max. We've had Kush Jones over as well, with Gully Gully. Generally what we'll do is we will have one headliner, one or two headliners, so maybe like for Gully Gully, like an electronic headliner and like a live act headliner. We'll usually figure out like travel arrangements if they're from outside the UK. From London is easy, but if they're coming from like Berlin or America, we'll have to like figure out from like other nights as well, and maybe like figure out like a travel share type thing. Usually it'll just be like whoever's in the country at the time, but otherwise we will just have local DJs, also because we'd have to pay their travel, and that will save a lot of money as well, but also because we want to give people an opportunity to be supporting these bigger artists as well as being able to have these big artists in Glasgow so people can come and see them.
It's kind of balancing your lineups with like larger artists that maybe do have a little bit more of a commercial appeal, with filling the rest of your lineup with more local or underground DJs.
Yeah, but it will always be artists that will kind of complement the sound of the headliner artist. So like for Gully Gully, when Kush Jones came, we had more like footwork focused DJs on there
Totally.
as well. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think what's important, like to realize, is that some events shouldn't scale to that commercial side of stuff. If your event is underground and that's what people like, you shouldn't be aiming to get the biggest acts. You know, like at Snowbox we have Fatboy Slim and Josh Baker and a bunch of huge names. But that's the intention of what that event was always meant to be. Whereas stuff like Days and Kala as well, they're meant to have sort of underground DJs. And if we went and booked someone that was huge, you know, Calvin Harris, for example, all of our main customers would go, "This is rubbish. We don't want to be here." Like that totally alienates your crowd. So, yeah, I think there's definitely sizable, depending on what your niche is, there's sizable acts that are sort of the peak of that, but you need to stay true to sort of what the event is. And yeah, you don't need to go commercial, basically.
Yeah, and if you do want to scale commercially, or if you do want to scale in a way where you do book commercial acts, you can be creative about it. So, like, if you were to run like a regular night that was based more on like underground stuff, you can do like an offshoot of that night where it's whatever the name of your thing is, present something and just try and make it make sense as to why you're doing that. Because as Owen was saying, you don't want to lose what made you you. Elements are slightly different in the way where we are really trying to build it upon what the experience of Elements is rather than on the names that are on there. So, yeah.
Sweet. They've put the ping pong bat up and I don't have time for any more questions. But before we release you for lunch, all three of our panelists have a presence somewhat, at least, on social media. So give them a follow, help them out. They're going to be kicking about for a wee bit. So if you do have any specific questions that are really burning and urgent to ask, I'm sure they're happy to answer them. If you have a dietary requirement that you've already told us about, please find a member of the Off the Record team and let them know and we'll get you your lunch. Everybody else, all the rest of the food is vegan or vegetarian. So yeah, anything else? Right, you can go eat now. Bye! Thanks guys, you did great.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all feeling sufficiently refreshed after our wonderful lunch break. We are kicking off the afternoon sessions with a fantastic, fantastic panel. We're going to be talking all about the different kinds of career you can have in the music industry, how you can get your foot in the door, and provide some insights from our wonderful panelists on their lived experience. But before we get started, I'm going to ask everyone to introduce themselves and just provide a brief outline of what your current job is, what you do in the industry.
Hey, I'm Jeremy Manis, part of a promotions and management company called SMC. We manage a band called San Jose and PVC. We're also part of House Guest Festival in collaboration with Crowded Flaps and our promotions company in Glasgow. And we run our own all-day festival called Faden.
It's already like 3 jobs that you've just listed there. Locke, would you like to come next?
Yeah, so my name is Locke, and I work for 2 organizations as well. And the first one is called Be United, and we support Black artists in Scotland. And another one I co-founded with another 2 founders actually, and it's called ESCA Creatives. And we support East and Southeast Asian artists in Scotland. And what we do is we put on showcase or festival to spotlight all the talent in Scotland.
Again, multiple hats being worn on the panel here. Cameron, come to you next.
I'm also a multiple hat person.
You get in the trends.
Yeah. So my name's Cameron. I'm a freelance tour stage and production manager. My company's Clockwork Live, but I'm sure we'll come on to it. I do lots of different jobs as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And we're going to go back the other direction now. I want you to cast your mind back, Cameron. Where did it all start? How did you get into the role that you've currently got?
Without going too far back, so I studied festival event management at Edinburgh, and then throughout uni picked up some freelance jobs without really even thinking about them being freelance, just some odd jobs. And then by the time I graduated, I had enough lined up that I basically started accidentally a freelance career, and that's all I've ever done really. So started working in festivals, conferences, and basically was trying to get as many different types of jobs, as many different types of events as I could. And that's led me to narrow that down now to predominantly live music and stage and tour management.
Amazing. Locke, you had a slightly different journey into the industry, I think?
Yeah, because I didn't think I'm going to work in music industry when I first started, because I studied in film production. And then I was in university in 2019, and I went to Netherlands to do an exchange. And I was meant to go back home afterwards, but I come here instead. And it was COVID, and I come here alone. I don't have any network. But I thought, okay, I want a job that is fun. So I started going to different training programs, which also lead me to my job, actually. So I joined a program in 2023, and it's called Producing the Future. The aim is to train 16 to 25 years old who want to get into the event industry to be an event producer. And then by the end of 10 weeks, you're going to put on your first gig. So that's how I kind of got into the industry, even though it's not work experience, but it's really valuable to me. And then at that time, I also volunteered in some student organizations. So I thought, okay, I'm going to put on a gig because it's not my own money. So I'm going to use some resources from other organizations to try and put on something. So we gather around 30 musicians, and then we form 6 to 7 student band. And I was also performing as well, and to put on a gig. And that's really sparked my interest in working in music. And then because of this, I know that I want to be an event producer. And at that time, there was a job opening in Pitch, Scotland. And I applied for the event producer role, but I didn't get it. I got a digital marketing officer role instead. and Richie, who is the founder of SAMA, is it? SAMA, yeah, SAMA, said that, okay, you study film, so your skills must be transferable to be a digital marketer. So I just went in. That's how I get into music industry. And then throughout that last 3 years, sometimes I don't work in the industry. Sometimes I work freelance in the industry. And Be United is one of the companies that keep hiring me back to do some front of house and also room coordination in conferences. And last year in the summer, they have a new program to train people to be a brand ambassador. And then since then, I go to a lot of events and speak to different people. And I recognize my strength in connecting with different organizations, which lead me to my current role, which is events and partnership coordinator. So it's quite a different...
I think we'll probably come back to the wiggly journey that we've all taken in music so far. But I think there's some really interesting commonalities and differences in both of your stories in terms of kind of formal training, informal training, but also that like real lived work experience and just learning on the job. Jack?
I went to Glasgow Kelvin College and done the music business course, and I met a bunch of people through that who also wanted to put on gigs. And we started doing it. Like there was a lot of cheap venues at the time, straight after COVID. There was a real like gap for it, basically. A lot of good bands, and we just started doing that, networking with loads of different people, and just like expanded and expanded. And now we're here like 3-4 years later, and like we just obviously got house guests now as well. That was like we met Crowdy Flat just through the gigs. They worked in like a lot of different bands than we did, so we just decided like may as well all the bands we work with combine it with all the bands they work with and just like make this massive festival. And through that we've met loads of different people as well, and it's just it's been like pretty straightforward, like not as whirlwind as yours, but I went to college and then just built it like ourselves, started doing our own thing, and now we're here.
But it's also, I think it speaks to the panel that happened just before this about the power of community and that kind of like
absolutely.
collective working,
Yeah,
doesn't
like,
it?
networking is the most important thing.
Yeah,
like,
completely.
It's a industry built on people. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to go out, meet people, network, and it'll just lead to so many different opportunities. Like we're all a living example of that.
We're all quite friendly as well, I promise.
Try our best.
So we've already kind of mentioned jokingly at the beginning of this panel that we're all wearing several different hats here today. Locke, I'm going to kick off with you, but how common do you think it is in the music industry for individuals to be wearing these kind of multiple hats?
200% common.
It's an easy answer.
Yeah. Because I think from my own personal experience, I work with a lot of artists in different fields, not just music, and they all say that, they work in retail, they work as a photographer sometime because they like gigs, and then, so every single person's story is similar, so I would say very common.
Does anyone else have any kind of like lived experience they want to hop in on maybe some tips for balancing multiple hats, or maybe discovering what strings you might have on your bow that you weren't aware of?
I think doing it with other people was like, for me, that was the most important thing. It's like we all share the responsibility, and like I don't think that. I mean, there's a lot of people that do it solo, but for me, it's like not having the rest of them to do it with. It'd be so much more. There's all these spinning plates all the time. It's like trying to deal with it all. I feel like having that support is important. Like people that can work to their own strengths, like and all kind of going to this main goal is like that's the most important, I thought.
Yeah, totally. Cameron, anything to add?
I think for me, even though I was quite deliberate about wanting to work in festivals and events, and it started off not just being music, I had set things that I wanted to try and do, but then you have to sort of start before you find the jobs that you want to do. And there's plenty of things that I did and quickly ruled them out. A job that I would have done once and not gone back to, and that's part of finding what it is you like doing. But I guess that's part of the journey, and you meet people, you find things out about other people's routes into things, and I think it's most people doing our kind of work, whether it's on the backstage side or artists or whatever, in this industry, rarely are doing what they set out to do at the start. People have found their way into something through meeting people or coincidence or moving sideways and around. And I think like generally in our sort of generation, it's much more common in any career in any industry to have shorter spans within a career and to move from job to job. And obviously it's as a freelancer, that's what I do all the time, but I think generally in any job, like it's less and less common now to start doing one thing and do that for 20, 30 years. We're all quite used to jumping about and we get loads of skills from that.
Definitely. And I think that even if we don't enjoy the particular job that we're doing at that time, there are so many transferable skills that you get from that experience and so many networks and connections that you build. I always find it a bit embarrassing doing these kinds of panels because me and Locke were chatting just before and I always get asked, are you a musician? And that is because there are so many incredible transferable skills you get as a musician to the music business. And I have to just go, sorry, I'm a professional fan. I don't play any instruments. But I wanted to quickly chat about the skills that you build as an independent artist and how they can translate into kind of the music industry more broadly and wider roles. If anyone would like to jump in first.
I think like you're managing social media, like you're managing, organising practice, releases, recording, like you're always organising something which is like as business skills. I mean, like, if you want to transfer that into a role, it's like it is directly transferable. You might not realize you're doing it because it's just like so second nature. Like you have to do it for like the band to move forward, basically, or whatever. But yeah, I think like the admin and management, that's the most important things I think that you can transfer.
Great. Anyone else?
I think obviously as artists, as your career grows, hopefully you'll start to build a team around you and have people who are in management, a publisher, a label, an agent, tour manager, whatever that might be. But nobody starts off with that. You at the start, you're doing all of those things. And I think that's how a lot of people find themselves working in a non-artist job, is because they've started as an artist, they've started doing tour managing or doing some sort of label function or bookings or whatever, and then they found actually that's something they're good at and they want to do. But yeah, that's sort of the route for every musician, I think, at the grassroots level, is to be doing all of those things. And you gain, even if you don't start a career in it, you gain loads of skills in that. You like you mentioned, it's a business and you become more business savvy. That will help you in your career. The more you do yourself, I think, at the start, the better set up you'll be for the rest of your career.
Definitely, Locke.
But I also think you don't need to be afraid to ask for help, because people say you're a musician and you have your fan, and maybe they have some skills that can help you develop your practice. Then you don't need to feel afraid to ask for help if you just want to focus on your artistic pursue, like development. Because I do notice that I'm a musician, but I don't really do much in that aspect anymore because I so focus on the production side and producing events. So recently I tried to get back to my artistic side more, but I know that if you're being too much of a producer, you trade off your artistic ability as well. So sometimes it's good to have a team just to help you out to do the practical things so that you can focus on what you love to do.
Yeah, and I think that I don't know how the panel feel about this, but I think sometimes we think of them as like two different halves of the brain, when actually your creative input can really change how you work in a kind of a more formal or office-based environment. And musicians are obviously have learned a skill and learned a talent, and there's so many roles out there involved in sharing that talent, whether it's managing your own brand or teaching your music as an instrument, or in schools, or teaching production and things like that. This is kind of an interesting question, and it goes back to the kind of journey story, but how did you all approach getting your foot in the door? Cameron, we've heard from you about kind of like taking on loads and loads and loads of different roles, but how did you make that first email? What was the process?
I think that probably started in uni for me. In uni, I did an events course in a uni that's known for events, in a city that's known for festivals, but we didn't have an event society at uni, and so I started that society. We put on our own events. We got to the stage where we were being asked by other organisations to run events for them, and that was obviously great, and we were gaining skills for that. And then in terms of like networking, I'm sure we'll talk more about it. Like we, as a society at uni at that point, we were creating opportunities for people, sharing external opportunities that already existed, and then just became known for being able to connect students with volunteer roles. So we would then have loads of organisations coming to us very regularly saying, can you help us find someone to do this job? Which is obviously great in us building our network. But personally, as the people who deliver that function, and you're the sort of connection there, you get first dibs on those jobs as well. If people are saying, can you find someone for this? Okay, most of the time you pass it on. Sometimes we go, actually, I can do that for you. And then before you know it, you've got a sort of head start amongst other people, because you're the one that's set that up. And then similarly, I've done that post-uni through a LinkedIn group that I've got called Event Jobs Scotland. So that's for people working in events, whether it's freelance, full-time, part-time, whatever. That's now grown up to about 2,500 members. And again, I get people messaging me daily to share opportunities onto it. And again, they are all coming through me. So loads of opportunities come my way, which has come from me trying to help others and share stuff. So it's like creating your own opportunities as well. And I think networking in general, networking can be coming to an event like this and going up to somebody and exchanging business cards and having a chat, but it's also going to gigs, it's participating in stuff, it's going for a pint with somebody, it's asking questions, it's following up on Instagram or whatever. Like, it's not just a formal face-to-face thing. Networking is like an ongoing, constant thing, and it takes so many more different forms than people imagine.
I think there's also that kind of reiterative process with networking, isn't it? As if you're trusted once, you'll be trusted again, and then again and again, and you build up that relationship. It was interesting you were talking about kind of making your own opportunities and that kind of being a bit of a USP. Locke, I know that you worked on the Scottish Alternative Music Awards, which was actually a university project that was set up and kind of continued running afterwards. But do you want to tell us about your experience working on that? Obviously, it's digital marketing, so it's slightly different from what you're into now.
That experience was my first experience in Scottish music scene, and at first I find it quite challenging, not because the digital marketing skills, but because I just arrived here and I'm not from Scotland. So for me to network with people who are born and bred here, I just don't have the same culture. So I find I find that time, even though it's very valuable, but sometimes I feel like an outsider because of the different culture. But I do think that it's good experience to expose myself in what is actually happening here, instead of thinking, oh, Hong Kong is like this, so it must be like this here. So that was my first taste of working in the industry, and then afterwards, I keep looking for more opportunities, not just in Scotland, but also in London as well. So I did work, actually a few years ago, I worked for Off the Record, front of house. And then I also work in youth music as well, even though it's just a one-off gig, but I constantly expose myself to know the industry, because I know I have a lot of lack in the knowledge. So I just keep doing it to make myself feel
Keep putting
confident.
yourself out there.
Yeah.
And Jack, what was your first foot in the door moment?
Just putting on gigs, basically. Like, we just, it was as simple as like, 30th Note was really good because it was really, like, it was 50 quid higher. Do you know what I mean? And like, meant we could give more money to bands. Like, we didn't have much money at the start, so it was like, yeah, just starting somewhere and just networking, building it up. It's like, yeah, I don't know, like, we just started doing our own thing. Like,
Can I ask everyone, like, what was the kind of, what was your first paid role and what was your first unpaid role in the industry?
never, like, I've never been paid for a role. Yeah, no, I've, like, because we just put it all back in, like, we're not for profit. Yeah. We just put it all back in, means we can just grow it as big as possible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, yeah, we pay ourselves, like, we've been down to London and different cities in England, like, and we pay our travel and accommodation through the account, but we've never actually paid ourselves anything. So yeah, and it's only SMC that I've done, like, as a job in the music industry so far. Hopefully I'll get something.
But again, it comes back to that wearing of different hats, doesn't it?
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
you know, we're balancing kind of one hat that might be our kind of main income hat, and then our other hat, which is our passion hat. And hopefully that passion hat ultimately gets to the point where it pays us, or it, you know, enables us to get that opportunity to put the foot in the door and get the kind of paid role. But I just kind of wanted to see where everyone was at a little bit. Do you two want to hop in?
Yeah, I can't remember specific like first paid or unpaid role, but doing that kind of thing at uni, like, I did loads of volunteering, and a lot of the paid roles that I did early on weren't existing jobs that were there. They were something that I either volunteered for or I worked at for one day, and then again followed up with people, chatted to them, and then ended up having a job created for me, or created a project to do. So conferences or whatever, working, it could be something like this, Off the Record or whatever. You're there as a volunteer, you're there for the day, and then you're chatting. And likewise, I work with Wide Days. I started off stage managing for them just on for 1 or 2 days, and now I look after all their live stuff. And that wasn't a job that was like an advertised thing. That would just sort of naturally progress to that. And that's the case for so many of the things that I've done. It's creating your own work and suggesting things and saying, I could do this for you, or have you got someone who works on that particular thing? And it just sort of stems from there. And people always ask, like, how did you get that job? And I'm like, it didn't exist. You've just had to suggest it and then work from there.
Locke, I can see you nodding along as well.
Yeah, because I think I have similar journey. Because my first unpaid, not really a job, but like I mentioned, I organize a concert through the student organization. So that's unpaid, but I love it. And then my first paid role is in Pitch Scotland doing the digital marketing. But also some of the role afterwards was created for me as well. Like they just speak to me and say, oh, maybe we should hire you to do this. So the CV that I sent out, most of them are unsuccessful, but when you're speaking with people in person, those are the roles that actually is successful. So, yeah.
It's nice that you've brought us onto CVs, because that is my next question. Those horrible pieces of paper that we all have. But put yourself in the position of a hiring manager, someone who's recruiting. What do employers look for on a CV? And how would we go about explaining the kind of complicated, messy careers that we have in the music industry on a CV? We don't have to have answers, but we can give some advice.
I struggle with mine because of the nature of the work that I do. Like, I do a lot of different things, and a lot of the work I do is a single day. So I've got like hundreds of different things that I'm trying to boil onto a CV. So I'm not probably one to look at to copy the style of a CV, because it's a lot. But in terms of things that are on there, if you've not got a lot of paid experience at the start but you are volunteering and things, big those things up. Don't just put one line saying front of house, Off the Record. Like, talk about what that is. Also, like, use a little bit of creative license in describing the job that you're doing. If if you were just hired as volunteer, but actually you ended up managing the whole front of house, put yourself down as front of house manager and create that experience. Like, obviously not like within the realms of like reality, but still like be able to sell yourself and sell the things that you've done. Because I think a lot of the time people are, they don't realize the experience they have got and the skills that they've got, and it's a case of like trying to speak to someone else who's maybe a couple of years ahead of you, and try to flesh that out, because oftentimes the experience is there. It's just how you talk about it. It's often undersold, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have an awareness of imposter syndrome, but that kind of, even with volunteer experiences, highlighting your enthusiasm, your reliability. You know, like I know as someone who has, and you probably do as well, worked with a lot of volunteers, actually being the person who showed up and did it is like a fantastic thing to be evidencing. Locke, what about you? Any top tips?
I think really tailor your personal statement, which is the first paragraph in your 2A4 page, to the role that you're applying. Because you might have a lot of transferable skills, but if you just have the same standard personal statement to every single role, it's not going to be compatible to what you're applying. And I think second thing would be to try to categorize the skills or the role that you have done. So instead of saying that, oh, you work in Y days or off the record, you say that, oh, front of house role, and then you list 1, 2, 3, like 4, like even if it's just one day, but it's all in the same realms. So it would be much better than, okay, just talk about this event one day. Because they might think that, oh, just one day, you must not learn anything much. But actually, if you summarize it in a skills-based learning, then I think it would be better for me. I don't know.
Definitely. I think it's really useful advice to like pull out those key skills and like just bullet point them. Just be like, here they are. I've got them. Jack?
No, I agree with Locke. Like, if you've got experience, talk about the skills that you gained through that experience, like through the work, and yeah, categorize it. Like, if you do so many different things, which most people do, like, yeah, on a CV, well, mine's is like, you know, a split SMC, and then the house guests would be different, like management would be a different section, because they all have different skills. I mean, I've, you know, not a hiring manager, but I think like, yeah, that's the way I try and do it is, yeah, compartmentalize it and just go into the skills more than anything. Like, you can say you've like worked at a thing, but you know, you need to talk about the skills that you gain from that, and because that's what like hiring people are looking for, I guess.
Actually, another tips I would say to put the job description to AI. That's how I do it, and then ask what are the key skills that they're looking for this role, so that you can tailor your CV to say that, oh, you have this kind of skills, in case you don't know what they're looking for.
Just to caveat my point about creative license, also don't do the opposite of that and don't go too far with it. Yeah. I have hired people before and seen things on their CV where they've worked on a project that I've worked on. They've put themselves down as like creative director, and I'm like, well, we didn't have a creative director, so you weren't that. So yeah, like, and it's also like it's been touched on in the earlier panels, like the Edinburgh, Glasgow scene. It's a small world. Like, people know each other and they can tell what's real and what's not. So yeah, like do big yourself up and do sell yourself, but be careful with how you do it. And like on AI as well. Obviously in the creative industry, AI is a touchy subject, rightfully. If you are going to use it, and use it minimally, use it to help you and aid you. Don't just switch on to using it for something. Don't use it to create something. Sense check a CV and say, is there anything in the CV that I should highlight or that I should change, and then do those changes yourself, because that's such an off-putting thing that people use far too much, and you can tell straight away, and it's something that's going to get people written off, I think, straight off.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. The other thing I wanted to ask is, do any of you in your CVs or the way that you kind of approach companies have creative ways of expressing your work experience? Like a show reel or... No. I do it. Well, like so for example, where I've worked on projects as like a stage manager or something like that, and the festival that I've been working on has received like a good review somewhere, I'll just hyperlink it from my CV. And it's like, if you are interested in me enough, you can then click on this thing that says we got a 4-star review for the music program, and it's there. And I quite like that as like adding a bit of creative flair to your CV. Or, you know, if you're a photographer, like include your photographs in your CV, include a bit of like your character and who you are, because I think, you know, it's a passion-based industry, isn't it? And showing that passion is really valuable in the way that we talk about ourselves.
I'd say on an actual CV, like I probably a lot of times I'll be had without sharing a CV or without anyone looking at it, even if I have shared it. What people will look at in creative industries if it's a musician or artist type role, videographer, or something creative, they will be looking at show reels or just your Instagram feed or whatever. So it is obviously important to have those things up to date. And then for me as a freelancer, in terms of just creating my CV, I've obviously got a lot of jobs where I've worked at a festival, and I'll be able to put job title, festival, or organisation, whatever it is. But there was a lot of work that I was doing that didn't have an organisation to it because it was me working directly with the band. So a lot of the tour management stuff didn't really have an entity, and that's how I've then created Clockwork as a company, which I've only created in the past sort of 12 months, but is encapsulating work that I've done for like 5 years or so. I just didn't have a name for it yet. And it was always on my mind to do, and I was always planning to do that. I just never thought of a name that I liked until relatively recently. And then, yeah, off the back of that, I've obviously got social media and a website and stuff. And I think that's probably looked at and judged more than a CV, to be honest, for that kind of work. So I'm often just referring people to that, or finding clients through that as well.
Definitely. One question I wanted to ask is, obviously Off the Record is for 16 to 25-year-olds, and I wanted to highlight some of the skills that many members of our audience will already have that are really, really vital within the music industry. So could each of you have a little think about a skill that is maybe not commonly thought of, but is actually an incredibly vital one in the music industry that I'm sure most people in this room already have?
Social media management. Everyone like
Totally.
Yeah. Best that. Yeah. Sorry. It was the best one. Like everyone uses social media, and you might not realize like you're not using it in a professional capacity, but like if people, everyone knows how it works. Like, and you can if you research it and look into it a bit more. It's like it is second nature, and yeah, that's what
I would say people skills, because maybe people who sit next to you right now, they might not be famous right now, but they are your pals and they are in similar journey to yours. So if you have a good relationship right now, when they become more popular or when you become more popular, you can help each other out. So this is something that people don't look at. Maybe we tend to look at people who are much higher than us, but actually people who sit next to you or just one step ahead of you would be the most helpful person to help you lift it up.
For me, a bit of a specific thing at uni. I was in like third and fourth year when we were in lockdown for COVID, and got asked to do online events for my uni because there were conferences and things that they would normally have run in person that they had to do online, and then they were looking to the students to do that because it was lecturers who didn't have a clue really what they were doing. Little did they know, neither did we. So we literally went, yeah, I can do that, and then straight away I'm Googling how do we put on a conference on Zoom, or how do we do this, and make it up as we go along, and that's been a running theme. Like the first time I tour managed, first time I stage managed, I got those jobs before. Obviously, the first time you do it, you've not done it before, but I literally was Googling what does a tour manager do, what does a stage manager do, and that's not uncommon. And I think like you always, in terms of like the confidence you've got in yourself and want to go out and do things in your career and generally in life, I think that doesn't just happen. You don't just wake up and go, yeah, I can be a tour manager now. Like you're no one at any level, even once you've started, like you're always doing things that you think I shouldn't be here, or other people would be better suited to this. Like you just have to do it to get good at it. So it doesn't matter where you are in your sort of journey. I think like you should always take stuff on, even if you're not, especially if you're not entirely comfortable with it. Figure it out as you go.
Definitely. I think it's kind of that digital native thing, isn't it? It's like we grew up, like I remember dial-up internet. None of you will remember dial-up internet, but thank you. But, you know, it meant that I could write an email. In half the time it would take my dad to write an email. And it's like you all have such incredible skills that are going to be so profoundly useful, whether that's editing videos on social media or like, I don't know, understanding hashtags. I'm showing my age now. We've talked a little bit, and a few of you have talked about kind of education courses and those routes into the industry. Jack, can I start with you and let us know like what was your kind of formal pathway into the industry, and did you study? You studied music?
Music business.
Music business.
Glasgow Kelvin had a course started in 2021. It used to be in Glasgow, but they moved it out to Springburn now. And I've also got a partnership now with UHI in Perth. So if you do your first 2 years at Glasgow Kelvin, you can then jump into third year at Perth, and then through that they also, like all 4 years, they'll be throwing like internship opportunities at you. Like they go out and source that, and you can apply to the company, and like because you're a student, you're much more likely to get it because they know that you're actively like seeking it and you've got a passion for it. Yeah, it was great for me. That's how I started everything. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I'd say if you're thinking about it, like education is definitely a really good place because you're in a class full of people that also want to do it, and like that's already your base network. Like, yeah, I'd definitely recommend.
Cameron, can I come to you next?
Yeah, obviously I did a degree in festival event management with marketing. Started most of the freelance stuff actually at the start was marketing, and then switched into events. In terms of training, like I have always sought out additional courses, which I've argued with my uni should be part of our course. But there's definitely lots of skills that are common that are useful to have if you've got even just elementary basic levels of things like health and safety, first aid, customer service, whatever that might get you in the door somewhere, set you apart slightly. It's always good to have things before you go into a job that they might want you to have down the line, so you don't have to pay for this course. I've already got it. I've also do quite a lot of work aside from the like live event production stuff, consulting in event sustainability and accessibility. So I've done week-long courses in both of them to sort of specialise in that, and then continue to develop. But I think there's so much value in that, especially my first couple of years being freelance. I would allocate time in the quieter times of the year to just do as much training as I can, and just build up like a pile of certificates of different things. And again, through that, you find things that you like and things you don't like, and continue to network with various people. So it's not just the value of the certificate itself, like the process of doing training I think is really valuable.
Yeah, definitely. I remember after I graduated university, I signed up to all of like the mailing lists of loads of different places and just signed up to all of the free courses. And I was like, yes, I'll do this accessibility and marketing course. I don't do marketing, but I think it's a really good, like, it's always a continuing journey, isn't it? We're always learning, we're always upskilling ourselves. And I think that's really valuable to say that, you know, you're still on that journey.
And on the like creative license point, again, if you might not be wanting to work in marketing, but if you've got a marketing course and you're looking for a job that's like an events and marketing officer, big up that thing that you did, and then with a view to trying to do more in it down the line. But say, oh yeah, I have got experience in this thing, even if it's minimal, and then build on that later. I think like trying to put as many different strings in your bow at the start is a great way to like set yourself up. So you've always got something to talk about. You don't want to be caught in a position where they say, if you've got an experience in X, Y, Z, whatever, and you've got nothing at all. Like if you've got a small amount of everything, you'll be set.
Definitely. Locke, how about you? Kind of pathways through education.
I'm actually quite obsessed with training courses.
We love to hear it.
Yeah. I think every year I've probably done at least 20. Yeah. Sometimes some of them are shorter, like one day, and some of them are a bit longer, over 3 months and online. But I would say check out Be United, not just because I work for them, but they do have a great Producing the Future program, which is free for 16 to 25. And yeah, so everything is covered. If you want to try out your first gig without using your own money, this is a great way. Other course, sometimes I will go to some music collective. Sometimes they run some workshop, just one off, but you get to network with other musicians. And then what else did I do recently? I did some data and AI course, but I don't think it's related here.
It's going to be relevant in the future.
Yeah, in the future, at some point, because you need to know, even though you're just a musician, but it's important to learn about the tech side of thing. And then I also did some marketing course with digital booths. They actually, if you check out some entrepreneurial course, they might be useful as well. Because as a musician, technically, you are your own founder, your own brand. So you need to know how to market. You need to know the legal side. How do you set up your company? How do you do your taxes? Like, just go to all the courses. Just keep learning. That's my recommendation. Yeah.
Even not formal courses, like there still is value in like watching videos of stuff, and like I know the SMIA and other organisations have got loads of like online resources, and it's worth spending time if you're an independent, self-employed musician or creative or whatever. You're going to have to do things like taxes and your own marketing and figuring out PRS. There's loads of really easy introductions to that you can find online.
Yeah, definitely. And I also just wanted to come back to Jack's point about kind of internships through academia and that combination of kind of formal education and applied knowledge. I think so we work with UHI Perth on those kind of placements. And I think there's a real big community within the music industry in Scotland of hosting student placements. Like we host them from UHI Perth and from UWS. And that's a really good opportunity because we always as well then provide training to that intern who's in our team, and try and make sure that they're getting as much out of it as possible because we want them to succeed in their careers. So I think internships can be fantastic pathways, and I know of a few people who, from their academic courses, had an internship, then went on and got a job with that company, and you know we stay in touch with all of our interns, and like I know what they're all up to, and it's just lovely to watch them grow in the industry. We've talked a lot about this already, and it's networking and how important it is to get out there and meet new people and network with people. Is there anything more we want to add to networking? Like, are there specific places that it's important to be? Should you go in with an agenda, or should you be open?
I think like it's often really informal, and it's just telling people like repetitively and relentlessly who you are, what you do, and especially if someone like me who you do lots of different types of things, is I don't want to be sort of pigeonholed into one thing and have some people that I'm working with think that that's the only thing I do. So I'm constantly reminding clients or companies that I work with that I'm working with you on sustainability, but I also do tour and stage management and all these other things that I know they also hire for. So like constantly keeping people reminded of what you're doing and what you're more interested in, especially if you want to move away from what you're doing with that client and do more of something else, just so that I can also do this thing. And yeah, like I said before, it's not always a formal, rigid thing. It's just conversations with people all the time. And I think you could be really skilled at something and not get far with it and be beaten by someone who's not as good at that thing, but someone who's good at talking and good at getting themselves in a room, because it's so much of this industry is word of mouth. It's not advertised jobs. It's opportunities that come about from those conversations you're having with people. It's not necessarily just trying to chat with them to find about an existing thing. It's like I said again, creating your own stuff. Just having those conversations and being the first person on their mind when they need something in the future.
I mean, Jack, it sounds like as well, like networking was so vital to how you started. Is there any advice or tips that you would give in terms of how to do that networking, how to make those opportunities?
Like he's saying, like keep it informal. Like I don't know, you could go in with an agenda, like maybe stuff that you want to get out of it, people that you want to talk to. If you're going to a certain event, like look it up beforehand and see who's there and maybe try and speak to them. But yeah, I just think be friendly. Like they were saying in the last panel, is like
be
just
kind.
Be kind, exactly. Like because it will open so many doors, especially for musicians. It's like being friends with other bands and stuff. It opens up the doors of like maybe doing a gig with them or working with them, which it leads to a lot. Basically, it's the most important thing, and it's what like if you do a course in music, like the lecturers will draw that into your head. It's like network, like always, because it is. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's an industry built on people, and like can't have it without people, basically.
I think as well, like we forget, like when we talk about networking with like a capital N, it's always about like what can we get from it, but also like we're a community and we have to support each other, and we know that it's tricky out here and it's hard sometimes, and having those, like I think I learn more from my peers than I do from a lot of other things. Be United obviously is part of a kind of big community. How do you find, obviously you run kind of networking style events, how do you go about setting the scene for positive networking to happen?
Actually, we just done one on Wednesday. We did it in fruit market, and the way we did it, we have some prompting. So we have stickers for two people. If they are a match, then they start talking, and then the facilitator would give some prompt for them to start the conversation. So that's how we did it. But I also think that sometimes you don't need to talk about music all the time. You can just get to know them as a person. Maybe talk about what tea you drink, what coffee machine another person use. And those are the things that actually you remember the person, because they introduce you, their name, and the organization. Maybe after one networking session, you just forget about it. But the story that you share among yourselves is something that will stick. And next time when you see that person again, you can talk about the coffee again, and they will remember the exact conversation happened last time. And the second practical tips is that the follow-up is also very important, because you get a lot of business card in a networking session, but if you don't send them an email, you don't send them a message, you don't post anything in your social media, then basically you didn't exist in this networking session. Nobody is going to remember you. So it's important to follow up and show your presence online as well, even though you might not like to do it, but just stick a photo in your story, right? Oh, I really enjoyed today's session. That would be enough sometime. At least you show your digital presence somewhere. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you. We're on to our last question. Can you believe it? It's flown by. And I'm going to get everyone to answer this, but what do you enjoy most about your jobs in the industry? like, this shouldn't be hard.
I know.
This should be the easy question.
Enjoy everything.
I think generally, like, music's it's a fun industry. People, we want to be in it. There's plenty of people who take Kit told me not to swear, rubbish jobs because they just want to get themselves into an industry and then work from there. But like, it's a privilege to work around artists and music and art. And as someone who is always like, I'm very much a backstage side of stage person. I still get to be really close to that without being a creative person on stage. And there's so much opportunity for it. And there's loads of jobs that people don't know exist until you find it. So you're just being involved in such a fun, vibrant industry. And again, going back to people like the friends you make, like your pals genuinely with people that work in venues, promoters, musicians, whoever it is. And it's a laugh all the time.
Look?
I think I really enjoy going to different events. Like I usually run multi-art form festival, so I get to explore different type of arts and also work with artists from different disciplines. So I really enjoy that process. But also sometimes I like the hiccup in the event.
Oh, the stress bit, yeah.
Yeah, because I quite enjoy the unpredictable part. If everything runs smoothly, it's kind of boring. So yeah.
You're an adrenaline junkie like
yes.
me.
So I quite like that.
And Jack?
Aye, it's like rewarding putting on events, especially when things go wrong and like being able to just actually do it successfully. I think that is it's the most fun thing. Like creating something from nothing. It's like
There's that moment you walk in the room, isn't there? Just
Like,
before everyone
once it's done.
arrives. Yeah.
I think like once you walk in doing it and then once it's done you're like that was class. Like I actually pulled it off somehow. Pulled it off like, and it's I'd say that's the most. That's my favorite thing. Yeah, the achievement. Yeah, exactly.
Amazing. And yeah, on that lovely heartwarming note, we're going to wrap up. I think we've got some time for questions. I've got a nod. 3 questions. 3 minutes. So has anyone got a question for our lovely panel?
This is a good opportunity to start your networking journey. If I was sitting there, I'd be asking a question.
Check. Lovely. Dive for it.
You mentioned earlier about the training courses that were good. Is there anywhere online that's like, I don't know, specific ones that are good to look at, or specific places it's good to find the courses at?
Anything particular you're after?
Everything.
For me, it's a lot of live event stuff. You probably have better answers. I don't know necessarily for music things. I don't think there's one set place for all courses. I think just like Google what type of thing you're after, but definitely like check with other people if it's legit, because there's plenty of rubbish stuff out there. I don't really know of one port of call, but I guess like keeping in touch with organisations like Wide Days and Off the Record, they will always share decent stuff, and you can rely on the stuff that they share. So probably more rather than one key source for it, it's organisations like that share a load of other organisation stuff.
The other thing that I would recommend is, so I have a separate inbox in my inbox, which is just all of the mailing, like the newsletters that I've signed up to, and I go through and I check it once a week. And it means that it's outside of my regular inbox. I'm not being like constantly spammed by newsletters, but once a week I set 20 minutes aside to just like go through it. Keeps me up to date on news, things that are going on in the industry, but also any of the courses that they're sharing. So like one I get quite a lot of courses from is something called Arts Professional, and that's very much more like behind the scenes stuff. But if it's just all in one place, then I can know that I've set aside that time when I'm going to like have my calendar open and I can go through it and I can just click on the link and watch the webinar. And it just stops me getting distracted with that constant bleeping of emails coming in. We've got one.
Also Creative Scotland.
Yeah,
Opportunity.
Creative Scotland.
And the SMA.
Yeah. All the
Not to
news.
toot our own horn. Can we do 2 questions? Yeah. Okay, we'll go to this row here and then we'll come to you next. Perfect.
You said yourself, you're always wearing so many hats and you're doing so many different jobs. What would you say is the best way to balance pushing yourself to your your best as much as you can do without having that like burning out, like imposter syndrome feeling? Like what is the kind of balance between the two?
I wish I knew. It is tough, like especially when you're starting out. I'm thankfully like the sort of past year or so I've got into a position where I'm getting more work, like I get more work than I need coming in, so I can be a bit choosier about it. At first, I sort of didn't really have the option to not take everything that came in front of me, so I was just filling all my time. It is tough, and it's really hard to say no to things. That's probably the hardest part. It's even more frustrating when things clash and you can't take things because they overlap, whatever. There's not really a set answer to that. It is tough, but I think that's what, even just getting through it, like that's what makes you good at your job and what will keep you going long term. Because other people will try and do a career like this and they won't last at it, and that's part of the cycle. That's fine, but just being there and sticking at it, as long as it's still something that you enjoy, I think that's the main thing. I think if you get to the point where you're not getting out of it what you want to get out of it, then that's, you've sort of hit a line. But you will reach points of burnout, I think, and it's just managing that, but it's not easy.
I just try and keep a to-do list. Just try and keep on, like, it's just keeping track of it is helpful for me. Like, I struggle, but yeah, like just do everything you can really to keep on top of it. But there's many spinning plates always, but you just have to try and slow them down.
I think for me, if you break down, say like you have 3 projects, maybe you can dedicate Monday morning is for project 8, and then Monday afternoon there will be project B. Like breaking down different project in different segment might help, like in terms of time management and to-do list. Yes, I agree. Yeah, but it's very messy, my to-do list. I need to improve on that as well.
A big thing for me is boundaries. Just like, like we're all friends in the industry, so it's really easy for us to for our recreation time to somehow become chat about work or chat about a project or chat about something else. And so it's something I've learned in my old age is I've got different WhatsApp groups with people now where I'm like, this is our work friends chat and this is our friends chat, and just trying to compartmentalize. And the other thing is let fun drinks be fun drinks and let work chat be work chat as much as you possibly can, because it's so easy for it to overflow.
I don't currently work in the music industry or have a lot of involvement. It's obviously what I want to pivot into. What I've tried to find is volunteering opportunities online, but it's actually something I've kind of struggled with, is finding those opportunities. So I just wondered if there's any advice on how to find volunteering opportunities, and whether that's putting yourself out there or actually finding it on social media, etc.
The SMIA, musician, like any sort of trade association, like they always put up opportunities, even off the record. They'll always post on Instagram like, this is just opened, you can apply here, etc., etc. There's loads of resources. There's loads of different companies that will try and help you by putting that information out. Like they'll source it and then they'll just distribute it to everyone else. I'd say that's how I find opportunities for jobs or volunteering or anything like that.
I'd say the same thing. Organisations that share opportunities are good to follow and just keep tabs on that. If you're looking to work in events type stuff is where I've come from, but like an industry job and not necessarily being a musician, LinkedIn I think is really powerful. When I was at uni, people thought I worked for LinkedIn because of how much I've banged on about it. It's in terms of following up and networking. You post, I was at Off the Record yesterday, it was really great, blah blah blah. Connect with people, and then I've had things where I've connected with someone at an event like this, haven't thought about it, and then a year later they've seen what I've posted about since, and then they've then come to me and said, I'm looking for someone to do this job. I see that that's what you do. Get in touch. So a mix of following up with people, putting yourself out there, whether it's Instagram or LinkedIn or whatever. If you are on LinkedIn, join Event Job Scotland. Events is the kind of thing you're looking to join. And then also reach out to people who are doing the thing that you want to do and speak to those people and ask them about their journey. I think be deliberate with that though. I get bombarded with a lot of people who just say, and some are really brazen, it's just like, hi, I want the jobs that you do. Can you send me your contacts? And I'm like, I wish that's how it worked, but you need to offer something as well. Be normal, be a normal person and be friendly. But yeah, don't be shy to get in touch with people. Just think about what you're trying to get from it and how you should come across, rather than just asking for stuff from them. But yeah, definitely reach out to people.
The other thing I would say is if you have any, we just talked about kind of the skills that you'll all have in the audience. Think about what those skills are and can you offer them to someone? And that could be an independent artist that doesn't have a team around them if you're a good video editor. Getting that kind of peer network opportunities as well, alongside the kind of more formal opportunities, is a really great way to just like build up your experience, build up your CV. I filmed a music video for this band on my iPhone. That's experience. That's growing. But yeah, any final thoughts? No.
To jump in with not a question, but something to add to that.
Go for it, Phoebe.
I'm Phoebe. I'm on another panel next. I just wanted to say, to mirror what Cameron was saying there, don't just wait for the opportunities that you see appear online. 90% of the things that I do are because I sent no cheek, no chance emails to people, just being like, hello, this is what I can do for you. Is that of any interest? And of course, most people are going to come back and say it's not something I'm able to help with right now. But if you don't ask, you don't get. And most things aren't actually going to have a voluntary position advertised online, because people who need help in these industries actually don't have time to go through loads of applications for something that's realistically only going to be a few hours of your volunteering per week. Whereas if you email and you say, I love what you do, here's what I can offer you, is there anything you can teach me? Then 90% of the time people would be like, great. But actually looking for volunteer opportunities, even if they were online, then it's going to be you versus 500 other people. Whereas if you get in touch directly, you've got far more of an opportunity. Sorry, that's just my 2 cents I wanted to add there.
I loved it. I feel like on that really, really motivational pep talk, where we're all going to now go pester Phoebe for opportunities. Massive thank you to my panelists, and we'll be back with the next session soon.
If you guys can all just make your way out of your conversations and into your seats, that would be much appreciated. We've got an absolutely incredible panel of wonderful women, by the way, it's all girls. We're going to talk about building your audience. So once you guys are all sat on your chairs, I'm going to invite them up to the stage and we'll do some introductions. I know the lights are bright, but I'll still see you standing at the bar, so. I'm going to wait until it's really awkward. All right, if you could welcome our panelists to the stage. So if you're new here for this session, my name is Martha. I am an artist. I work under the name Indoor Foxes. With us today in the middle, we have Meg Denham, who works for DF Concerts. They're one of the, if not the biggest concert promoter in Scotland. We've got Chloe Lancaster, who is a freelancer, but she also works for Dumfries Music Collective. And Phoebe IH, who is a producer and presenter on BBC Introducing and also works for 432 Presents. Hell yeah, that wasn't on the sheet. I just knew that one.
Yeah, she knows. The knowledge.
Yeah. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves like in your own words?
I mean, I feel like that summed it up.
Straight into questions. Okay. I guess we'll just go down the line for this first one. But can you explain how each of your sectors support the reach of grassroots artists?
Yes. So BBC Introducing is specifically for unsigned, undiscovered, and under the radar artists. It is to support you. We are not looking for people who are already coming in with agents and managers and the whole shebang. It is specifically for people starting out on their music journey. It is for grassroots artists. So it is for you. It's not for some big shiny companies. So that's how BBC Introducing can help support you. And then 432 Presents is very much focused on grassroots, local, upcoming acts. We also have a venue in Glasgow called the Hug and Pine, which is all specifically programming fresh upcoming artists. So it is, for me, I'm very lucky that my jobs all link into the same thing, which is supporting you guys at the beginning of your music making journey.
Hell yeah. Meg?
Yeah, so I'm not going to lie, you are very well spoken. That is quite intimidating to follow.
It's the radio.
Almost as if I'm a radio presenter, eh? Almost.
We should have put you last.
I'll go last now.
Yeah, so my role specifically at DF is I'm the local promoter assistant. So my whole role, my whole life actually, is working with local artists, supporting the grassroots scene. So specifically with King Tut's, like I'll run our flagship festivals, so Summer Nights, New Year's Revolution, and that's all about bringing in new upcoming artists from around Scotland and giving them a slot on a festival to kind of promote their music, build themselves up, stuff like that. We've done, because we're part of DF, we also have got like transmitting staff, so we are very lucky that we can tie into that and that we can put our artwork and we can shout about our festivals at these bigger festival sites. So you'll see your artwork or the festival artwork up around it, transmit and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just kind of putting you guys in front of audiences that you wouldn't get a chance to, because DF, like you said, is one of the bigger promoters in Scotland. We also work with a lot of touring artists, so I am very lucky that I can put artists or local artists to support touring artists, and they can get in front of bigger audiences that way.
Nice.
Not quite as eloquent as yourself, Phoebe, but I will try.
I feel like that was both really good explanations of what you guys do. And then Chloe, do you want to just tail us off here?
Yeah, so I'm going to come at this from like a social media perspective because
Great.
I'm a bit of an all-rounder, but of course social media will increase your discoverability as a grassroots artist. You know, social media is a free platform that you can use. Everybody is open to starter profiles, so yeah, it's going to benefit you and help grow your audience essentially in a really easy way. And it's also going to help you solidify your identity as well. You can establish, you know, your own individual aesthetic through social media, as well as your tone of voice. I feel like I know a lot of musicians that I'm more aware of their aesthetic and their tone of voice more than I'm aware of actually of their music. So yeah, having this on your platform is really valuable.
Amazing. So we've kind of got three pillars of being a modern musician. We've got social media, we've got live gigs, and we've got radio. So just first audience participation of the day. We're just going to do a really quick show of hands. Who here has discovered an artist through the radio? Stick your hand up if you have. That's quite a lot of people, you know. Okay, what about through live gigs? Have you discovered an artist through live gigs? Hell yeah. And then what about through social media? Yeah, I think every hand would go up there. Amazing. Well, so we're just going to kind of go through each of you and ask you some slightly more tailored questions towards your area of expertise. Meg, you're first.
Oh, no.
That's a good thing. So Meg, how do support slots position artists to grow their reach and put artists in front of potential audiences and fans? And then what are you looking for when you're programming artists for these support slots?
Yeah, so I see, Matt, if any of you have worked with me before, my brain goes at 100 miles an hour and then just shuts down. So bear with me. I've got notes, so I came prepared because because my brain shuts up. But so supporting touring acts is such a valuable way to help grow your audience. It's putting you in front of an audience that probably haven't heard of you before, and it's just giving you that opportunity to impress them, to gain new fans. So say you do a sports slot at a sold out Sneaky Pete's, that's 100 people. You won't win over everybody in that room, but if you win over 30-40%, that's 30 or 40 new fans that you've gained. That's 30-40 people that are going to come to your shows, listen to your music, share your music, word of mouth, and it's such a great way to kind of grow your audience that way and just kind of keep building, and word of mouth is such an important way to grow. Another way that people don't tend to think about when doing a supporting slot is that the networking you can do. Like if you are supporting someone and you chat to them during the day, you take them out for a pint at the end of the night and you just kind of chat to them, become pals. I've seen acts that have done that and they've gone on to tour with them, or when the bigger act comes back to do bigger rooms, they've like requested for them because they're pals, and it's such a great way to just kind of get yourself into mixing with new folk that you wouldn't have known. And again, word of mouth. They'd be like, oh, this band in Glasgow or Edinburgh are fucking we're really class, by the way.
No!
Can you
it's the
tell?
first one!
I'm sorry, can you tell I was told not to swear, and then that's all I've thought about. So I am so sorry, Kit.
It's okay.
I am so sorry.
Even in a PG-13 movie, you get one F word.
I'm so sorry.
So that's our one.
So sorry. But like they were class, like, and they would shout about you to everyone else that would speak to. So it's such a key way to do it. The next part of your question about what I look for.
What do you look for when you're kind of booking the acts?
I think it's first of all worth explaining how that actually comes about. So for me, artist or with an agent or whatever will come to the promoter of the show and say, hey, we'd really love to get a local act on this show, to shout about the show, to shift some tickets, just to kind of build it up that way. To which the promoter will then come to me and say, hey, have you got anyone in mind? I'll then put together a long list of like 10 names, and if I've got time, I'll reach out to them. Some of you may have already had emails from me being like, hi, I'm putting sports on for this show. Are you available? Are you interested? And then what I'll do is that I'll narrow that list down from availability. The less so fun corporate part is like ticket sales, what I think they'll add to the show. And then what I'll do with that list, I will narrow it down to 3 or 4 folk, and then I will send that list over to the agent, which they'll then pass it on to the artist team. The artist will then look at it, and 9 times out of 10, they'll come back with someone totally random that I've never heard of, but they're pals with them because they know them, and that's who gets the slot. And that's very much, again, networking, such a key thing. I know that everyone's talked about it already on these panels, but it's such a key way to keep growing your audience as it is. And then from there, I'll book the support from there. What I'm looking for is that I tend to ask myself 3 questions. The first one is, are they the right genre for the bill? Like, it sounds really obvious, but I've heard some horror stories where people have put like new metal acts on to support a folk band, and you're like, oh, you're not going to gain new fans from that. Like, it makes no sense. So it's like making sure that that's the right vibe for the right bill. The next one that I'll ask is, are they ready to play at a stage of that level? Like, if I'm putting on a show, or if I'm putting a support on a show that's at a 500 cap room, are they ready to support at that kind of stage? And it's making sure that you're not going to fall flat, because not being ready to play at that kind of level is more detrimental than it will be to help. And although you're playing in front of 500 folk, if they come away thinking, they were a bit crap, it's going to do more harm than good. And then the last one is the really corporate bit that I hate about my job is, are they going to sell tickets? Are they going to really shout about this show? And I do that. I look at past ticket sales. When was the last time you played in that city? What's your social media engagement like? well, like, are they a fan of the band? Have they come out to me already? So I know that you're going to push the show. And then that's what I look at. And then, just make sure that you're going to take the most out of the opportunity. I feel like I rambled. I'm really sorry.
No, totally. That was really good. It's very much like part of it is like almost sounds like it's about trusting that the band are going to do the right job and the best job that they can to make the show as good as possible.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like, the best part about my job is that I get to help bands grow and watch them grow.
Yeah.
So a lot of it for me is making sure that they are ready for that slot, because I don't want to put you in a position where you're not ready and it totally blows it for you. Like, I'm not there to do that. I'm there to help. So
Totally. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Next up's Phoebe with your catered question. Sorry. So what role does local and regional radio play in breaking grassroots acts or like helping them build an audience? Like, how does local and radio influence that?
Well,
it's part one, there's a part two.
In case anybody doesn't know, then Martha is actually one of the BBC Introducing in Scotland case studies in terms of great success
I didn't know
as
that.
a result of being played on the radio.
That is true, actually. BBC Introducing got me booked. Well,
so you answer my question.
Sorry.
What did BBC Introducing do for you?
BBC Introducing got me booked for Transmit and Reading and Leeds last year. So it was a big year. Also thanks to like the promoter and the work of my team.
Wait, were you on the telly maybe as well?
I was on the TV a few times. I was nominated for BBC Introducing Scottish Act of the Year, but I didn't win.
Daft Punk is playing in my house. My house. This is the cover that Martha did. You can still watch the full TV show over on BBC iPlayer.
You can also listen to it on
Little plug
Spotify.
there. But
yeah, you can.
So remind me of your question.
Well, the first one was what role does local and regional radio play and BBC Introducing play in like building an audience and breaking grassroots acts?
So in terms of breaking grassroots acts, if Martha hadn't uploaded to BBC Introducing, if she hadn't been played on BBC Introducing in Scotland, hadn't then been played on Radio 1, the likelihood that she would have been picked up for Reading and Leeds and these other things and the TV, there's not much of a likelihood. It's just it wouldn't have happened because this is what BBC Introducing does. So in terms of a direct filter between what you are giving and what the BBC can do for you, there's an obvious link. But it's also about, just kind of echoing what Meg was saying, it's about you being ready. If you're uploading a demo, you don't have any press pictures, you don't have masters, you're not ready, you're not fully committed to it, then the BBC might not be able to do much for you. But if you're coming in like, this is who I am as an artist, here's the music I want to push. We're not saying, like I said, BBC Introducing is for upcoming artists. We're not expecting you to be fully ready, fledged, wonderful social media package, everything is beautiful, but we are expecting you to show us that you are committed to you as an artist and you as with your music. So if you can show us that in terms of, here's my nice EPK, here's my bio, here's my press pictures, here's my brilliant music, then BBC Introducing can do so much for you, not just on a local level in Scotland, but on a national level, whether that's going off to festivals like Reading and Leeds, playing on the new BBC Introducing stage at Transmit. There's so many things that this can do for you, and not just in terms of performance opportunities, but in terms of reaching new audiences. So I don't know if this links into your second question, but basically, raise your hand if you've heard of a show called The Rap Game. It's on the BBC.
I have.
Just Martha. So The Rap Game is basically like a music competition show where rappers will apply and they have to perform to DJ Target and a couple of other quite famous rappers to show that they are the best rapper in the UK right now. It's a really interesting show, and there's been some good Scottish contendants on it. But basically, an artist from Aberdeen a few years ago uploaded his beats. He's a producer. Uploaded his beats to BBC Introducing, and we played them on BBC Introducing in Scotland. But when you upload to BBC Introducing, it doesn't just come to your local area. So I might be able to see your uploads here in Scotland, but so is anybody in London, anybody in Manchester, anybody with access to the BBC Introducing uploader can see your music. So when this guy from Aberdeen, Louis, started uploading his beats, then DJ Target, because he presents a show on Radio 1 Extra, he heard this music and he was like, these beats are amazing. And Louis got asked to create every single beat for the TV series The Rap Game. So every performer that was on this show was rapping over one of his tracks. And he got paid bank for getting involved in this TV show and providing all the music. Would any of that happened if you hadn't stuck some music on the introducing uploader? No. So there's so many opportunities, and even people going down and doing like rap ciphers at Maida Vale or things. There's so much that you can do. So yeah, BBC Introducing is for you.
So you spoke a wee bit in your answer about like readiness for radio. So what are you looking for from submitted music?
First of all, does it sound ready for the radio? You know, if you've ever listened to the radio yourself, you'll know what sounds radio ready and what doesn't. As I say, we're not expecting everything to be 100% perfect. We're aware that you are upcoming artists and financial barriers are a very real thing. But if it sounds scratchy, if your microphone's a bit muffled, if you've not got a pop shield, if it all just doesn't sound real and mastered and good to go on the airwaves, then we won't be able to play it. Same thing in terms of think realistically about the radio. Do you listen to the radio? Do you think that playing a 7.5-minute screamo metal track will fly on Radio Scotland? Or do you think that maybe a small 3-minute radio edit might actually get you a bit further? So it's about having an awareness of what the radio actually wants to hear. And I don't mean in terms of a genre limitation. I just mean swear words not good. 8.5-minute tracks not good. So things like this. But like I said before, also just being able to know that you are where you need to be as an artist. BBC Introducing is to support you from all stages, but it is not there for you to use as a bit of a practice run. It's for you to be able to be like, I'm ready and I'm committed to be putting out music. And so if you're in that stage, then that's definitely the time to apply.
Great answer. So Chloe, we're going to switch over to you with social media.
Hi.
Another kind of two-part question. So first part is, how can artists utilize social media platforms to grow their audiences, and how does consistency versus quality in content creation influence that?
Okay, can we break this into two parts?
I mean, there's actually 3 question marks in this, so maybe it's 3.
Can you do the first part again?
Okay. How can artists utilize social media platforms to grow their audience?
So I'll talk about this from my perspective as a designer and how I've managed to grow my audience. So I think the main thing that I've done to grow my audience as a designer, primarily getting all of their work through Instagram, through social media, that's how I get all of my leads, is through community building. I think that's how I really managed to grow my audience initially from, 0 up to a few thousand followers now, which is only small, but it's enough to get me consistent work every day. And yeah, so I kind of did this very naturally through building community, finding people that made similar things to me, so make similar art to you or similar music, and then connecting with them and talking to them in the DMs about what their kind of experience is, supporting them, liking their posts, sharing their posts, and as this word that we've heard all day, probably networking, doing that, but in like a genuine kind of aspect. Like no one wants to kind of speak to people that are just like clout chasing or that kind of thing. People want to connect with others that are doing similar things to them, and yeah, just like showing support. Everybody wants a village, but nobody wants to be a villager. I think that's like a very important thing. Like you have to really do the work. So yeah, what was the next bit?
The next part was, how important is consistency versus quality in content creation? I think we hear all the time, in order to be successful on TikTok, you've got to post 5 times a day. Like, how true is that statement?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess there is some truth to it because it does work for some people. But like, what normal person can do that and actually retain that? So I would say with content and what you should generate on your platform, your online platform, is just authenticity. Like maybe if you really love live streaming and or you really love performing, maybe you could live stream, or maybe you could become a TikToker if that floats your boat. But for me, what works is just posting carousels and doing little tidbits from what I've been up to, and I think people find that really engaging, and it just comes from who I am as a person, and the people around me know that that's genuine and authentic. So I think the key with generating content is not necessarily quality over quantity or the other way around. It's just making content that actually speaks from who you are as a person and as an artist as well.
Totally. So, I mean, you're talking a bit about authenticity and like building an audience online, but how do you then actively keep your audience online engaged?
I think showing who, again, with the authenticity, showing your personality in your posts and through your online persona as well. Like, don't try and be someone that you think you should be. I think just rawness, raw authenticity is really going to push you far. And I think when I'm thinking of who I like following on Instagram or on socials, it's people that are just like genuinely being themselves and posting what they want to post. And I think another really engaging thing is showing your process as well, showing the behind the scenes. I think that's a really underrated thing. Like, as a graphic designer, you know, that follows lots of graphic designers, the bits I love to see an end product, obviously. Like, I'll see all these end products with a lot of envy, but when I see the breakdown of how someone made something, that to me is going to keep me coming back to their profile again and again.
Totally, that makes total sense. I really like your social media, by the way. It's really, very cool. You guys should give Chloe a follow if you can, and Phoebe and Meg. Okay, we've got a kind of hot take question here. What comes first, building a local scene or building an online following?
If you had asked that pre-pandemic, then I would have said building a local following. But now I would say, obviously, that everyone is reaching for their phones first and foremost. And I feel like I'm skipping ahead to a later question, so I'll try not to say too much in this vein.
No spoilers.
But I would love you to consider, when it comes to whether you want to focus on building a local audience first or whether you want to take it online, I would love you as artists to consider, what is your end goal here? What is your end goal with the strategy that you are making for yourself as an artist? Because if your end goal is that you want to have an amazing big viral moment, you've got thousands, hundreds of thousands of people following you for the one song that you've released that's got thousands of people doing the TikTok dance and everything is amazing, and maybe you get one song in the chart and then that's it. Nobody's following you, nobody's buying your t-shirts, nobody's coming to your gigs. The focus is all online on this one woohoo moment, and then that's it. If you want the big moment of fame, if you want the second in the sun, and you want that big flash in the pan, fantastic. Focus it all online, brilliant. And there's no criticism of that. It's just thinking about what you want. If you want that great big moment of glory, focus everything online. If you want to be able to create a sustainable life and career as a musician, as an artist, or a professional in the music industry, it needs to be focused on local. And of course, your online connections can help with that. But if you want to create something sustainable, then it can't just be connecting with people in America on the internet. It's got to be people that you are rubbing shoulders with on the day-to-day.
Bit of an answer in favour of local scene there. Either of you got anything you want to jump in with?
Yeah, I mean, I would say building your local scene is so important. Building that community behind you, having the scene behind you. They are your biggest shouters of support. They will share your music. They'll come see you. They will tell people word of mouth. They're like your biggest walking advertisers if you support the scene. Like, that's all. Like, having a scene behind you, like, from what I've seen from being at DF and working, is that the acts that have been involved in the local scene and have had the local scenes back and the local scenes had their back, they're the ones that have gone on to kind of take that next step to keep growing. And it's all because they've built that solid foundation. Although what I will say is that it's kind of like a chicken and the egg question, and that what comes first, what's like most important, but like they're both so important. But I would say having that really strong foundation and you've got people there is unbelievably important.
Because Chloe, your background's a little bit more online. Do you agree with Phoebe and Meg, or do you feel differently about it because you've got a slightly different background? There's no wrong answers, obviously.
I think they hit
the nail on it. Yeah, bet. Yeah, so with you being like a freelance graphic designer, how important do you feel visuals are when you're trying to convey a message or a call to action? And what advice would you give to artists when they're designing their posters or designing graphics for social media?
Well, your visuals are, of course, your primary communicator. People are going to see this graphic and it's going to be what they first, resonate with you. Sometimes people will see your artwork before they even know who you are. So it really has to reflect who you are as an artist, and the more control that you can have over that, the better. Yeah, and I think your artwork also really needs to represent your values too. For example, when people, for example, use AI, I don't think that represents everybody's values and would represent their work either. And advice that I would give is lean into what you're good at. If you're making graphics and you've not got any budget, I think maybe if you're good at drawing, if you're interested in like something that you can do with your hands, I think lean into that. I really enjoy when artists do a radio mix and seeing what they can come up with to kind of post their track list afterwards. A lot of people get really creative with that on no budget, and I think that's really interesting. For example, like people going on like sticky notes on their MacBook, taking a screenshot, and that becomes their graphic. So it doesn't necessarily always have to be something really high budget. And for example, if you're maybe like a poster for a gig that you have is low budget, sometimes it's nice for the poster to reflect that. Like it doesn't have to always be like something really polished. Like I have even been to events based on a poster that was bad because I knew that was the kind of event that I would be getting myself into, if that makes sense.
It's almost so bad it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, if there is a budget there, I think do your research and collaborate with like-minded people. I get a lot of people, like artists, musicians, coming to me, and they're like, "Okay, I want you to design this poster for like a folk event, or something that is just not my niche at all." And that might just be because I'm the only graphic designer that they know. So I think something that you can really do within your own power to tailor the graphics to your needs is do your research and find people to collaborate with that reflect who you are as an artist.
It really all comes back to networking, doesn't it? I guess sort of like in my mind what we're talking about is kind of gig posters, which is bringing me back to live. And Meg, what role can local promoters and grassroots venues play in the artist's development, I guess?
I mean, grassroots venues, local promoters, we're kind of like the start of the ecosystem, and that artists will come and play local venues such as Hug and Pint, Sneaky Pete's, Tats, all these grassroots venues, and it's kind of where artists first start. They kind of practice their craft. They get used to being on a stage and the really bright lights, and like they get used to having an audience in front of them. They work out the kinks in their performances, and then from there with your local promoters, they see these acts. They kind of give them opportunities to go and do these shows and play in these small grassroots venues, which are just so important. Like they play such a vital role. They are the start of the ecosystem. Does that answer your question? Or have I just gone on a wee bit of a
I think so.
ramble?
Just sort of like this is the first step and the first stage for a lot of young bands and young artists in just trying to break through even a little bit into the music industry. Yeah. Like my first gig was like, I played in a pub in Dunfermline, and like some random person who'd see me on Instagram just booked me for it. And then from that gig, this is how I met Meg. They booked me for Mash House to support them at Mash House back when you were with Honeybee. I was like 16 or 17.
So my brain, I totally forgot about that. My
That
brain
was
and
back
how
when it
we
was
met
Lou.
was in the dungeons of broadcast. Well, you were working at broadcast, and I used to use
Cursed
broadcast.
era.
When I was independent, I used to use broadcast as like it's a grassroots venue, so I used it when I was independent to put on new bands that I was really excited and honestly just wanted to see live. And I think that's kind of the beauty of, don't know about yourself, but for me, being able to put on local bands that I'm like, I actually just want to see them live and just see what they're like.
I was actually just going to jump in here and say, we've been talking so much about networking, but like even talking about venues in general, rather than just playing, just going to these venues. You were
100%.
saying you were putting on gigs in broadcast. Martha, you were just saying that you
I worked
worked
the
there.
bar. All I
Whilst
did was
this
work
was
the bar.
happening, I was running the street food in the kitchen at broadcast. So finding places like this, where you know that it's
Nice.
just an ecosystem of music in Scotland.
It really
you don't
is.
even need to be on the stage. You can be in the bar. You can be at the venue. You can be cracking to people. You can use it as your local watering hole make yourself a fixture on the bar, and the amount of people that just roll in and out that you can get cracking to, the amount of stuff that will come off the back of that. So yeah, the venues themselves are important, not just for the artists, but also just for us to go and meet each other. And the great big favorite word of networking. So
But even just having like a bar job, like when I worked on the bar in broadcast,
when I was in broadcast, there wasn't a single person who worked in broadcast who wasn't a musician.
Yeah, and it was the same when I worked there. I can't lie. Broadcast has since changed hands and turned into 1990, which is another great gig venue. But I remember the promoter at the time was Callum. And if they didn't have a support act, he'd be like, Martha, can you go get your guitar and play for 30 minutes? And I can't even tell you how many shows I played to like 4 people with my acoustic guitar and nothing else. And it was just the weirdest thing. Get like 30 extra quid, get half an hour off the bar, and I'd go back on the bar. Everyone's like, what are you doing there?
But then that's a good way for you to learn your craft and work out your kinks. And I mean, people call it the toilet tour, and you do all these kind of like small venues, but you kind of need to play a few rubbish gigs where you're playing to 1 or 2 folk and you are bare. Like that is you. It's just you and your music, and you learn so much. So
right, you've got your so bad it's good gig poster. You've got your 4 people in a room gig booked. Phoebe, what further opportunities can BBC Introducing provide for artists, and how can these opportunities benefit them in building their audience reach?
Well, like I mentioned before, I feel like I skipped ahead to some questions.
A little bit.
So, like I mentioned about Louis uploading his beats and then being all over the TV. I mentioned about uploading and people getting picked to go down and do rap ciphers at Maida Vale. It's stopped running now, but similar things are kind of in the pipeline. For a couple of years, there was a competition that BBC ran BBC Introducing ran in conjunction with Radio 1. So it was called the BBC Introducing Radio 1 Live Lounge Competition. And basically it was all BBC Introducing artists from across the UK applying so that they could have the opportunity to do a live lounge.
I remember that.
And the competition ran for 3 years, and 2 out of those 3 years, there was more than 10,000 entries from all across the UK, and 2 out of the 3 years, it was a Scottish artist that won. One was Bonnie Kemplay, who's incredible if you don't know her, and the other was a band called Uninvited, who are absolutely excellent. So from Radio 1 Live Lounge to performances all across the UK at major festivals like Reading and Leeds or Transmit. There's a BBC Introducing stage at South by Southwest, which is one of the biggest new music conferences that happens in the world. It happens in Austin, Texas every year. There's also a BBC Introducing stage at the Great Escape Festival, which takes place in Brighton and is a dedicated new music festival, probably the most important new music festival that happens in the UK every year. So in terms of live opportunities and performance opportunities that help you reach new audiences, then there's so much available, as well as just getting your music on the radio. And now I'm going to get a bit geeky here. I'm probably the oldest person in this room. And when I was at uni, I wrote a dissertation that was all about whether Spotify will kill off the radio DJ and whether we basically will start being obsolete because people can just go online for all of these things. In my opinion, it's more important now than ever for fresh artists to get radio play, because there's so many places, so many things, so many people uploading to Spotify, to SoundCloud, to Bandcamp, to everywhere. Anyone can stick their music out, and that's amazing. But for you, trying to get funding, trying to get support slots, trying to get any of these further opportunities, what you really need is someone who is seen as a tastemaker being like, your music's banging. I'm going to play it on the radio. That's what helps you take a next step in your career. Anyone can upload to SoundCloud, anyone can upload to Spotify, but not everyone can get multiple radio DJs going, hey, wow, your music's great, and this is why I think it's great. So it helps you, like we were saying about the ecosystem, it helps provide the ecosystem. It's easier to get funding applications approved if you're like, here's 3 radio DJs that have played me on Radio 1, Radio Scotland, Radio 6, and here's what they say about me. It just helps everything loop in together. So BBC Introducing, it can change your life, and I'm going to drop the big names now. Ed Sheeran got his first ever play on BBC Introducing. Florence Welch got her first ever play on BBC Introducing. Ellie Goulding. So there's so many, like Adele. Like, we're not just talking, some young, fresh artists. We're talking, like, actual massive household global names all got their very first opportunities through BBC Introducing. So it can do a lot.
It's also worth making sure that if you're uploading to BBC Introducing, that if you do get played, you've already signed up to the likes of PRS and PPL, like Jamie was talking to you guys about earlier, because then you'll get some royalties. A little bit of money in your pocket.
As soon as anything's on the radio, you will get paid. It might not be loads, but you will get paid, and you get paid a lot more than you get paid for Spotify. So definitely get involved. Also, as a side note, because not many people know this, if you're signed up to PRS and you are playing support slots, if you put into PRS what songs you've played, you will get paid for playing your own music at a support slot or at a festival. If you're a DJ and you make your own music, you can do the same. You can also get your friends paid if you're a DJ by listing all the tracks that you've played in a DJ set. And if your friends are producers and you've played their songs, they'll get paid. So you can all help each other in that way too.
God damn. So I feel like we've covered a lot of ground here. So I guess thinking about what like a really well cultivated joined up strategy would look like across, social media, live shows and radio. There's a lot of sort of pointers here. So it says like looking at using each of the sectors to benefit the other, calls to action, following up radio play with social posts. How can artists translate radio play and support slot audiences into social media followings and vice versa? With a social following translated into generating support for buying tickets or physical support mechanisms. It's very much like, so how do we put the chicken before the egg or the egg before the chicken? How do we make the chicken and the egg do things?
Well, it's about how you can see these things all tying in. It's about thinking ahead about a strategy. So it's all very well and good if you've got a gig booked and you've got an album coming out in a couple of weeks, but why aren't you then doing I'm releasing a single. I've uploaded it to BBC Introducing 2 weeks in advance. On the BBC Introducing notes, when I've uploaded that song, I've said, hey, I've got a gig in 1990 that Mega's booked that's in 2 weeks, that's the official single launch party for this song that I've just released. So then you've linked up two things. And then it could be to get entry into the venue, instead of a ticket, you've got to scan this QR code that then instantly follows you on Instagram, which then means you've got more followers, and you're translating people straight back into your brand where they can see A, your visual identity, which we know is very important, and B, where they can A, stream your song, and B, see you play next. So you're creating a system. If you think ahead about how all the things can link together, then it's quite easy, but it starts to become quite convoluted if it's just like bashing out stuff willy-nilly because you feel like you have to. That's another big thing about being an artist. It can feel really difficult to just take a bit of time. It can feel like you need to rush through everything. But actually being able to take a deep breath and go, if I put a little bit more thought into this links into that links into that links into that, suddenly you've got a quite manageable strategy. And the word strategy sounds horrible and scary, but it's not. It's basically just, how do these things link together? How do these things link together? And then you've got a far more successful artist path.
I've just got a quick question then on this one for maybe Chloe. It's very difficult to advertise yourself on social media. Do you have any just really quick pointers or like small tidbits that might make it easier? Because I know that I hate posting gig posters, man. It just like becomes so frustrating and people just swipe past it and eventually people get sick of it. Is there ways that artists can like maximize that advertising opportunity that they're getting with their social media platform?
Yeah, I think front-facing content works really well for a lot of people, maybe just like speaking directly to the camera. I also think learn the algorithm too, because unfortunately the algorithm is very favoritive of faces. So sometimes when you're posting a gig flyer, a lot of your audience isn't going to see it, unfortunately, because they're not necessarily there to see that. So I think what you need to do in those kind of posts is to have a front-facing image first. I think it's always good to kind of do your press pics every now and again. So even just having a good press pic followed by the flyer. So just keeping your like content really fresh is best to keep like people engaged.
Sweet. So we've just got one question left. Aw, kidding. This is a really good one. I want to get everyone's thoughts. But we have to be kind of quick because I did just get the ping pong back. What advice do you wish more emerging artists would follow?
I've said a lot, so I feel like you guys can.
Do you know, one thing that this is the thing that bugs me please have a contact email somewhere.
Oh my gosh,
Somewhere.
please. And not only a contact email, but say on your Instagram where you are, what
Yeah.
city you're in, not just Scotland. That could be anywhere. Come on. Sorry, I'm
No, it is.
Put your email and what city you're in, please. Please.
Like the amount of people or the amount of acts I have DM'd been like, hi, can I get a contact email? And then, or not even having your DMs and like accepting people. So then my my DM just goes into the ether, and then I never get to work with that band because I can't reach out to them. They don't get my messages, or I can't get an email address. So please put your email address somewhere. But yeah,
Email.
Yeah.
Contacts.
Another one on the technical side is your EPK as well.
EPK, if anybody doesn't know, is your electronic press kit. It's kind of like a cool version of a CV.
Yeah, I've received so many just like low res images from a lot of DJs. You know, they send it through Instagram, and then they send through their bio, and it's clearly all been written by ChatGPT. Like, I think this is such an important part that you need to really pay attention to, is to have that solid EPK in a Google Drive, in a OneDrive, wherever it is. It needs to have a document in it with a really good bio, whether a long one as well as a shortened one as well. It needs to have good quality, high resolution images in it too. And if you really want to go the extra mile, you need to put some videos in there too, because that works so well for marketing for the people and the promoters that are trying to promote you. They will really like to have those videos to put on their socials.
Sweet. See, for those videos, is it maybe worth people getting slightly more professional videos, or do you think for really small emerging acts, phone videos?
Yeah, phone videos are absolutely fine. Obviously, it would be great if you had some 4K videography you know, in every single dimension possible. But an iPhone photo is absolutely fine. Like, when your friends come to your gigs, make sure that they are videoing you and you have as many assets for the promoter to use as possible, because it will work in your favor. There's nothing worse than when you're posting your graphics and it's just got the same photo every single time and it just becomes boring. Like, another way to keep your feed fresh and to keep your audience engaged is to have different dynamic content of yourself.
You got anything to add, Phoebe?
So the question was, what
advice do you wish more emerging artists would follow?
So the main takeaway that I would love to impress on you is basically thinking about what are you trying to do with your social media, right? And the reason that I'm saying this is because I know so many artists personally and professionally that have either of their own accord or been pushed by managers and record labels to be like, social media content, make thousands of TikToks, do this.
How are the TikToks coming along?
Yeah, right? And I'm thinking of two artists in particular, right, who have each got over 1 million followers on TikTok, right? Each of these artists have booked UK-wide tours that they've had to cancel because there's not been a single ticket sold. These are people whose music is not getting even 5,000 streams because they cannot translate their followers over onto Spotify or over onto ticket sales. If you are spending all your time creating social media videos, then that's great, but what is the purpose? Because if the purpose is that they're going to actually sustain your career, then you need to bring a focus to that. Whereas if you're just making videos and getting high engagement, but they're not buying tickets, buying your merchandise, anything, buying your music, then you are literally just wasting your own time. So try and be super clear about what it is that you're focused on when you're creating content or you're spending all this time on your social media, because if you're not actually translating it into something that directly helps you, you could be spending all that time on making sick tunes, mate.
Yeah. Right, boss man, questions? Anyone got a question? Hell yeah, I'm just gonna...
My question's for everyone, but specifically Chloe. We've spoken a lot about online presence and online stuff. I've noticed in the last year, as a kind of protest to a lot of streaming, things like TikToks, the evil algorithm, a lot more tangible things like CDs, cassettes, vinyl, analog, more stuff. And I'd love to know, that's a very different type of social less online social media in my eyes, and what your opinion of that, and if you think that is something to consider over the online presence or hand in hand, or just your general thoughts on the more kind of analog promoting.
Can one of you start on this one? Let me have a little think.
Yes, so I get sent quite a lot of things to Radio Scotland, whether it's people have just released a vinyl or so on and so forth, right? Wonderful, amazing. But the stuff that I remember is always the stuff that's weird and wonderful. So there's a girl, I wish I could remember her artist name, that's terrible of me. If it comes back to me, I'll let you know. But she sent me a pack to Radio Scotland a couple of weeks ago that had a picture of her, like a press picture, a QR code to scan to go to her social media. And it also was basically like, it was kind of like a secret letter. So if you could crack the code, then you could find out the name of her next single and then scan this QR code and get to listen to it early. But she was also presenting this whole like robot aesthetic. So in this pack that she'd sent me some like weird robot looking glasses and some other like cyborg related like accessories. It wasn't expensive, it was cheap stuff, right? But it made me just be like, oh, she's got this whole idea, this whole plan. It wasn't just listen to my music. It's like, here's some sunglasses and some cool keychains, and it all links into my brand and my visual identity. So I can instantly remember her and her vibe because it was something so off-piste and random. And people sending me cassette tapes. Like, I had to go and buy a cassette tape player, but that was great because I had to do something that then made it stick in my mind. So the more weird and off-piste and wonderful, the better, because you will... Someone was saying on a panel earlier, if you go and network with someone and they just tell you all about their job, you might not remember, but if you go in and say, hi, how are you, what do you do, and what kind of coffee do you drink, you're going to remember about the coffee. It's the same with the merchandise. If you start doing weird and wonderful things, it's going to stick in people's brain a lot more.
I got 1,000 condoms made and I threw them out in handfuls at gigs and it hit people in the head and they did not forget me.
Can confirm, was there, got hit.
Quite a lot of people in this room have been hit with a flying in Fox's condom. They were pink as well. You guys got anything to add on the analog, weird and wonderful
Just
stuff?
Sorry, I pure interrupted you there.
No, I was done. It's okay.
Just kind of carrying on in the weird and wonderful, there was a girl called Ivy, and she played Summer Nights last year, and what she had done is she'd got like the Chub Hub lollipops, like in a packet of them, and what she'd done is she had made like weird sticky things to like go around the lollipop stand, and it was a QR code with her name, and you could scan it, and she just threw out and gave like these lollipops to people, but it took her to her social media and everything, and that's kind of, that sticks in your head, like the weird and wonderful sticks in your head.
Yeah.
Just with...
That's all right. Should we take another question, or do you want to... Okay.
As someone who's kind of been online for a while, not just for music, but for like other social media presence stuff, I've noticed that I have a hard time as someone who does advertise myself as advertise myself as being Scottish. I don't actually tend to see a lot of Scottish people. I mean, online I've only met 2 Scottish people, and that was by accident. So I was wondering, how do you find local Scottish talent, and like how do you go out looking for it specifically? Is there any like hashtags or like any specific things that you look for in specific to like find people that are local, or is it just like something that tends to get recommended?
For me, I doom scroll Instagram for hours. I'm not even joking. Like, so I'll have a look and see what bands I've had playing recently, and I'll see what bands they've played with. But also I'll see what bands they follow and what bands they follow and what bands they follow. I also check BBC Introducing and see who you've played, and I'll go again doom scroll. Like, it's just networking, word of mouth. It's kind of having, for me, I'll also speak to people in different aspects of the scene and be like, oh, who have you listened to that's really cool? And it's just a lot of kind of, yeah. For me, it's doom scroll. I spend so many hours on Instagram, it's not even funny.
And
but, yeah.
It's also the venues as well, like we were saying about, you know, if there's specific grassroots venues, there's ones all over all over Scotland, like Beat Generator in Dundee and plenty in Glasgow and Edinburgh, Sneaky Pete's, etc. All the ones that we've mentioned, those are well-established places for up-and-coming artists. So when I'm digging for support acts as well, then I'll go and look at who's played in those venues recently and being like, okay, and then you go on their social media and then you begin the doom scrolling and who they follow and so on and so forth. But that's why Meg and I were saying it's so important to say what city you live in and have an email. So, yeah.
All good.
Okay, great. I'm going to steal that back so I can see it.
First of all, can we get a massive round of applause for our panel? On the topic of social media, all four of us have a presence on social media, and so does Off the Record. It's at OTR Scott. So please make sure to check anybody that you found interesting out. You know, follow us, message us, and check out Off the Record's account. We're going to go for a really quick break. And then I don't know what's after this. Check the back of your lanyard. I don't know.
Listening feedback.
Indie record label. Indie record label. Running an indie record label. Kit's coming. Bye. Thanks. Stragglers at the bar, if I can just have yous come and get nice and close. This is my favourite noise in the world, is the squeaking of chairs as people awkwardly make their way into their seats. It is. You do get used to it. You kind of adjust. You've got your hat on. Okay, so you guys are probably sick of me now. I'm Martha. I'm Under Foxes. I'm an artist. We've got Lewis Kelso here from Hang Tough Records.
Hello.
So Lewis runs Hang Tough, which is an electronic kind of label based in Glasgow. Yeah. I remembered. Do you want to explain what it is in your own words?
So yeah, we are an independent label. We kind of champion sort of the weirder side of club music. So the main sort of theme with the label, release music that is orientated to the dance floor. That's essentially what we're trying to do.
Yeah, so yeah. First question, a brief outline of what you do. Give us a background on Hang Tough Records. Feel like you kind of...
Yeah.
Anything more?
I mean, yeah, generally I suppose like it's sort of A&R, it's speaking to artists, it's again like networking. From that last panel, that was obviously kind of interlinked with what we do a lot of, reaching out to artists. And
I feel like you're kind of the next stage after you've been working with BBC Introducing and social media and you've been booked for a few gigs. Then someone like you might come along into your musical life.
Potentially, I mean, there is a bit of that, but I think mainly for us it's finding new producers. So I suppose it does interlink, yeah. For us it's finding new producers that maybe haven't released a lot. We primarily release stuff online, Bandcamp. We don't do any record pressing because we are actually charity based, completely charity based, so we don't take any profits.
Amazing.
Nice thing is we get to decide where we donate the money to, so donate to a range of different causes, which it's a nice thing to do, but yeah, we're completely non-profit.
Perfect. So how did you start? How did you start the label? How did you start Hang Stuff?
So lockdown.
Nice. Classic.
Yeah, classic code. Everyone was obviously very bored. Nobody had any idea kind of what to do with themselves. I'm going to speak into the mic a little bit more.
Probably.
So there's three of us, so it's not just myself that runs the label. I run it with two of my best mates, Ali and Danny. We started it in lockdown because the government wasn't giving any money to clubs to pay their staff, which is obviously mental. If you think about it, you work in a club, that's your career for some people, and you're not getting any money from the government, whereas everyone else is. So we thought, let's start a label, let's make some money, let's donate it. And we did end up making, I think at the time, I mean, it was very fresh, but a few £100, which I think we donated to the Berkeley Suite at the time, which is now the club where we run our club nights as well.
Yeah, and the Berkeley Suite is like a small venue in Glasgow. It's got quite a character about it.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's pretty iconic.
So in my opinion, the best club in Scotland. My favourite club in the world.
Bold. So you obviously mentioned A&R at the start here. So that's sort of artists and repertoire, right?
That's the one.
Perfect. Yes. So what avenues do you use to look for new music, new artists and repertoire, and what are you looking for?
So a range of different avenues, basically. So primary one for us, I would say Bandcamp. Is everyone familiar with Bandcamp? For me, I think it's an absolute goldmine. It's there's so much undiscovered music out there. There's so many good producers, and all it can take is stumbling across it one day on your Bandcamp For You page, and you've found an amazing producer that you can sort of work with in the future. So primarily, I would say Bandcamp. We did release from demos getting sent in, so we obviously have a social media page as well. We've got a relatively decent following on it. A lot of good connections in the music industry as well.
Networking. Back again.
Exactly, that's it. I mean, not going to lie, our social media could be a hell of a lot better.
Chloe.
Yeah. My girlfriend actually works in social media and she'd always tell me how terrible it is. So.
Oh, you're covered.
Yeah.
You've got that connection sorted. That network there.
Yeah. But yeah, as I say, so Bandcamp, and we recently released an EP from an artist called Trails. I mean, I say recently, it was a year and a half ago now, called Trails. He's Bristol based. He emailed us, he sent us in demos. We loved his music, and we released his music.
Perfect. Okay, good. I'm not going off piece if I say this. Come on, brain. Whoa. That was crazy. That was like major brain fart there. So when you've been releasing this artist's work last year, what did that look like for you guys as a label?
Yeah. So I mean, from like start to finish sort of process.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of a day-to-day look at an independent record label, but maybe through the lens of like that release or an upcoming release.
Yeah. So yeah, day to day. If that's the question. Day to day running of the record label. We don't do this full time. All three of us have full time jobs. Most of our engagement with each other is over Facebook Messenger, and we kind of set each other tasks. Like there's not a lot of structure to it. That's a nice thing, in my opinion. Anyway, I think it's a nice thing about being an independent label. Like, if you're just gonna go for it, you do it for the love of the game. You don't do it because you're sort of trying to make money. And I think if you do, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons.
Facts.
So yeah, day to day, I mean, we're sort of listening to demos, we're replying to emails, we're talking to club promoters, we're talking to artists like Chloe that was here. She has previously done artwork for us.
Sweet.
So yeah, independent label. You oversee every sort of aspect of it. There's no sort of corporate ties to anything. So it's very DIY. It's just kind of get going.
I guess that kind of leads really nicely into the next question, which is what freedoms and rewards does staying independent grant you?
So yeah, absolutely. It's no corporate ties. As I said, we are charity based, so there's nobody telling us where we need to donate our money. We're the one that make the decisions. We've donated to Trans Library, we've donated to Medical Aid for Palestine, loads and loads of different causes. So yeah, main thing is you get to be in control of everything that you do. We're three best mates, as I said, so running the label together, it's yeah, it's kind of get go. It's just do what you want and do something that works.
So you get to really like pick artists because you love them, rather than
That's
because
it.
you think they're going to bring you commercial success.
Yeah, I mean the three of us, like, we DJ together as well, obviously, and we all play relatively similar music. We all know what type of music each of us like as well. So it's just kind of, if an artist sends us like 10 demos, for instance, we kind of know what out of those 10 demos, like what ones we're going to compress into 4 that we're going to release.
Yeah, exactly. How it's going to like sort of sit within the team and what the takes are
Exactly,
going to
yeah.
be and how you can.
How it's gonna sound when it's played out in a club. I think that's the
Yeah.
main thing. And we have tried a couple of times, like before we've done nights in the Berkeley Suite, we'll take these demos and we'll play them on that big system. If you haven't been to the Berkeley Suite, the sound system.
Yeah, Berkeley Suite's pretty incredible.
Custom built speakers, yes, it's great. So playing these, upcoming producers' tunes on the big system, it always kind of hits a bit different.
I think especially if you're an electronic artist, like Phoebe, I don't know if she's still kicking about, but I met Phoebe in person for the first time at a night in Berkeley Suite because she was DJing. It's such a great space. But obviously you're talking about Berkeley Suite, you had to donate money to them, and there's been some serious challenges, especially for the electronic music scene. What are the biggest challenges that you face as an independent label within that sort of like world?
I suppose there aren't honestly too many challenges of running this label. I think staying consistent is probably the biggest challenge for us. I think if I could sort of go back to the start and be in this position and give myself advice, it would definitely be more consistent, because I think when you look at major record labels, like the ones that I love and kind of aspire to be like, they have like a release structure. Again, we're 3 guys that work full time, and we just do what we can to make it work. But I mean, it is going well.
So no downsides.
I'm trying to think of challenges of running the label. I mean,
I feel like it's quite a lot of extra work if you don't really love it.
Yeah. Sometimes we might clash heads on certain things.
Yeah.
Like one week I might be really lazy and not send an email that I was meant to send and stuff like that, and it can be sort of, it can be, but generally, again, running the label with your best mates, I think you can, if you don't agree with someone, don't agree with something, like obviously with each other, you'll talk it out and you'll make it work.
And through your label, is it just releases that you do, or are there like any additional activities that you do through Hang Tough?
So I would say, yeah, the promoting is a massive thing for us as well.
Yeah.
So promoting actually goes very hand in hand.
So do you put on nights?
Yeah, yeah. So
Sick.
we book people from all over. We've had don't know if anyone knows the label Hessel Audio. It's a massive dance music label. So we had Pearson Sound last year. That was one of our biggest bookings. Booked a lot of massive artists, and that's like, I suppose that would be one thing that I would say is the thing that would struggle with, because it's like financially horrible sometimes.
Yeah, we spoke in an earlier session about putting on your own nights, and you know, it's really about building that team around you, picking the right people like you have with your label, you know, working with your best pals. This is quite a good one, and we've just got a few minutes left, and then we'll take, well, if anyone has any questions, we'll take a couple of questions. But would you do anything differently if you had the chance to start over? And what advice would you give to someone wanting to start a record label?
Okay, we'll do it in two parts. So
definitely.
I'll actually start with the second one. If you want to start a record label, just do it. Like, just not to sound like a Nike advert there, but just go make yourself a Bandcamp page. If you've got mates that are producers, like our very first release was 4 of our mates that made tunes. There was no sort of identity to the label at that point. Like, one of them was a house tune, one of them was like a dubstep tune. Not a very cohesive sort of 4-track EP, but now we do have an identity, and I think it's worked out really well. So I think if you are thinking about starting a label, go and make yourself a Bandcamp page, go and start reaching out to artists, go and speak to a graphic designer, get your logo made, just make it happen. There's no point in kind of thinking about doing it and not doing it.
Definitely.
It's very rewarding, so I think.
Sweet. And you think that like that transition, you know, like that that learning period for you, would you encourage people to go through the same thing and just sort of figure it out as they go along?
I mean, for us to give you any advice, like, as I said earlier, like, be consistent with what you're doing. But generally speaking, yeah, like, you will, same with a lot of different things in life. If you just start doing something, you're going to learn from your mistakes, and you will make mistakes along the way. You might lose money in certain things, you might make a bad decision, but ultimately, if you stick at it, then obviously,
absolutely,
you're going to iron out those creases.
So consistency, you'd be more consistent if you could do anything differently if you started over. Is there anything else you might change or do differently, or are you like, nah, this is pretty awesome?
I think, yeah, just probably a bit more structure. So I think having structure, like delegating tasks, like making sure that you've got a sort of framework of things that you need to do to make it work, do research and things like that. As I said, it has worked well for us, just sort of going for it, but yeah, I mean, figure out like a sort of framework to start a label if you're going to do it.
Yeah, especially if you're going to do gigs along with it, like nights, because that gets expensive.
Yeah, that's yeah, being in like proper financial ruin, like if
yeah, no, like, but like actually though, oh
yeah, like the event side of things, like I think we ended up last year on a plus. Like, we didn't lose any money, but that takes into account an event where we might have made $1.5 grand, and then another event we might have lost 600 quid. So
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Lewis Kelso? We can free him. Oh, I knew it. Wait, hold on. I'm coming. Oh, can you just keep your hand up? Back row there.
Check.
Thanks.
Just a question about, do you mostly like focus on, is it streaming or is it physical media as well?
So, being a charity label, it doesn't really make much sense for us to press vinyl as much as I collect vinyl. I love vinyl, and I would love to do it if it was financially feasible. I think, again, I can't speak highly enough of Bandcamp. I think Bandcamp is so good. If you're an artist or you're a label and you're releasing on Bandcamp, like, in comparison to a Spotify or something like
Yeah,
that.
totally.
You can actually make money from it. Um,
It's a really good thing to do, especially in conjunction with working with someone like Emu Bands, because Bandcamp is so much more artist focused, whereas like Emu Bands can really help you with like building that streaming audience. So they're slightly different, but if you're releasing independently, Bandcamp's great.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one day we might press a vinyl, but if you look at like the cost of pressing vinyl,
It takes like 8 months to
it
come.
takes a long time. So that's another sort of hurdle. But you could be talking for 150 records to get pressed or something. I think overall that would probably cost you about $1,500.
Where's Danny gone, by the way?
That probably includes like your artwork and everything like that as well. So yeah, by all means, if you start a label and you're not doing it for charity, 100% press vinyl, because if I'm looking for music, I would go and buy a vinyl over a digital purchase if it's really good, you know. So, but yeah, for us specifically, Bandcamp is the one.
Any other really, really quick questions? I'm like, no? Okay, because Danny's got the bat, so. All right, thank you so much. Can we hear for Lewis Kelso? If you're hanging out and you're coming to this session, which everyone in the room should be, right? If you could just come and take your seats. This is Rosie. Rosie knows a lot about music, much like many of the speakers today. And she's going to talk to you about music publishing, which is incredibly confusing, so it's worth listening to. I can still see you at the bar. Thanks, Emily. Thanks, guys. All right. Rosie Watson!
Hi guys. Is this mic working? Yeah. Apologies for the presentation. We have a glitch going on, but we are all good. So I don't know if anyone can read it, but we'll roll with it if that's okay. So yeah, my name's Rosie. I'm a senior publishing manager at Notting Hill Music. So we're just kind of opening in Scotland just now. It's a London company, and we're hopefully going to grow and help the music industry up here. So what I've based this presentation on is when I was going into publishing, or even as an artist manager, it was always the hardest thing for me to get my head around. So I'm like, let's strip it back, bring it down to the basics. You might have 100 questions in the next couple of months, but we'll just try and literally break it down. So my first question that I get asked quite a lot is, what are the types of copyright? And I know that the wonderful Jamie Gilmore has spoke to you guys today, so I'll try and not clash with what he said already. But you've got two types of copyright, essentially. So the first one is your composition copyright, which a publisher would look after. And the next is your recording copyrights, which a record label would look after. And honestly, I get asked it all the time, being like, wait, so what do you collect? Sort of question. So I think the easiest way to think of it is like, if you sign to a record label, the word is in the word recording. So try and always remember that. But there is lots of other things that come with it. Do you want me to do the clicker? Is this easier? Okay. That's okay. Well, we're going to roll with it, guys. Yeah. Okay. I don't like that. I don't like being bossy. But it's okay. So yeah, basically the first question that I would say is, what is music publishing? So it basically exists to monetize compositions and manage your rights and royalties. And on the screen, you'll see a couple of bullet points. So I see publishing as the business side of your copyright. It focuses on the composition, not the recording. It will try and look after your intellectual property rights as well. So what that means is, if you have a publisher or someone looking after that side of it, if a sync deal comes in, we'll look after the paperwork, we'll negotiate. If someone has stolen your music and sampled you without getting it cleared, we will start the legal battle for you. But we just try and do our best to look after the law of your copyrights. And then basically the other main thing that I feel like people want to get a publisher for is setting up songwriting sessions, getting you in the room with other people. If you have an album and you're like, I want Doja Cat on it, it will be my job to try and get Doja Cat on your record with you. So that's our main one. Thank you. Thanks, Danny. So yeah, there's various ways to look at your publishing. And I feel like they come in a few steps, basically, because not everyone's like, I need publishing within my first year of an artist, maybe 10 years down the line. So where I would start is what your PROs do. So essentially, they will collect your royalties. So that is what Jamie spoke to you about, like your PRS, your PPL, your MCPS. And then next is a rights administrator. So just like the wonderful RightsBridge, they will collect your royalties. They'll register your works. You can submit your set list, and they'll go through that sort of chain of command. Some rights administrators do offer different things though, so keep that in mind. This is just trying to make it easy for you all. And then a publisher. So we do exactly what the PRO and the rights administrator does, but we will usually give more of a creative and career support. So again, it's thinking, do we need to get you in the room with a bunch of music supervisors to play a one-off show? It could, again, what I've just said about Doja Cat, of how we really get your album, singles, EPs to really excel. And also publishers will usually come in with an advance, which we can talk about later. But you'll get a big chunk of money up front, most likely. So next slide is kind of not boring, but I do want to highlight the importance of what the original music publisher done. So we can just jump straight to it, Danny, if that's okay. So basically, music publishers actually existed, from what I'm aware, and anyone can chin me if I'm wrong, but before like music was actually coming out onto like tape, vinyl, sort of, you get what I mean. So it was originally made for a printed sheet music, could be printed songbook. So if you think Fontaine's DC might release a chord book, that's still a music publisher that looks after that. But they would probably tie in with your likes of like HarperCollins to go get it manufactured and distributed. But back in the day, a music publisher would deal with the distribution of that. In 2026, and probably for the last, I'm going to say like 40, 50 years, it has obviously progressed a lot. So now what we'll do is everything that the original done, collect your royalties worldwide, manage your copyrights, help find sync opportunities, try and develop your career, and a bunch of other things. But that is the black and white. That's what you should always expect if it's just a standard deal. So yeah, we move next. Also, if you are signing a publishing deal, I feel like it's not very often asked, well, what if I release a chord book? Just be prepared, because your publisher will tell you they are taking a percentage of that. And because we live in a world where it's so digital and we love live shows and things like that, I don't feel like it's a question off the top of anyone's head to say, well, what if I release a book? So keep that in mind. So next is why and when a publisher would come to you, or when you would want a publisher to come into your career. So there is no correct answer here. But I break it down into different steps. So the first I would like to look at is your career development. So if you're in a position where you want songwriting sessions, collaborations, creative development, or connecting creatives and industry to your team, that's when I would start thinking of a publisher. So an example of this is 2 writers that we have on Notting Hill wrote Pumped Up Kicks, which blew my mind because I only found this out 2 weeks ago and I've been in this role for a while. I got digging on PRS. And basically what essentially someone who had my job previously was, they set them up with a session with Foster the People, the main guy, and in 12 hours Pumped Up Kicks came out of a tiny box room in LA and became a massive hit. Can I actually have a raise of hands? I'm going to do like my own research right now. Who all knows this song? Thank God. That's made me not feel old right now. So yeah, this is one example of career development of Joe that has written this song, might have only been writing with like a handful of people. Someone from my company were like, you're super talented, and my job is to go in the next 12 months. I want to get you in rooms in Sweden, in LA, or get people coming over and trying to up the act level every single year. So going from someone that might have 1,000 streams or 200 record sales to how do I get you on this record in 3 years' time, basically. Cool. So next one is opportunities. So a publisher will always try and present you opportunities as well. So this can link in with the last one when I'm saying connecting industry as well. So one of these things is you might not have a record label, or you might not have a manager or an agent, but you might have chosen this is the right time to do a publishing deal. So our job would essentially be helping you build your core team, getting those people on board. An opportunity here was an artist that we have called Zetra. They're a bit of a metal band. They ended up touring with President. So if no one knows who President is, does everyone know who Busted are? Yes, class. So Charlie from Busted actually has an alter project called President and also Fightstar. But we are Fightstar's publisher. And because we have that relationship with Charlie and President as a metal band, we managed to get Zetra on the tour with President, basically. So we will try and find that opportunity of, even if they're not on our roster, we'll try and link you in with as many people to get you out on the road. We might try and get you sync placements. We can talk about that more later. But we've just had an artist basically make the soundtrack for the new Apple advert. So again, it's a very competitive world, but our job and why you'd want a publisher is to have that extra resource to really be going to battle for you. We also can look at brand partnerships. So there is an amazing artist called Sienna Spyro. She was about to do a sync for Gap, and her publisher ended up getting her the whole commercial where she's actually in the commercial, and they've got like a bit of a choir, church, gospel thing going on around her, but that's really excelled her into a new market. Instead of just maybe not focusing on the music, she's now right in front of your face singing. So brand collabs come from that. At the same time, Zetra, that I mentioned there, they're in recording in Norway next week, and I managed to get Jack Daniels to jump on board with a couple of grand just to, the band love Jack Daniels, and it's helping get the recording covered. So we will try and help in those ways. The other one is writing camps. Don't know, I'd assume everyone will know what a writing camp is, but I shouldn't assume. Basically, it might be that you go up to a castle in Scotland with 20 people. You get split into 10 different rooms, a couple of people in each, and the aim is just to write and keep writing for like a week. And then a lot of writing camps will say it's for sync specifically, so they'll come in with briefs from all like Netflix and things like that. So you'll really be working for like specific targeted briefs there. Okay, next one. Am I talking too fast as well? Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so what I want to look at, and I think it's important for everyone to get their head around, is advances and recoupment. Because if you're with a rights administrator like Jamie, obviously there would not be an advance there. So he's just making sure that you're getting all your royalties. When publishers step in and you get an advance, it technically is a loan. Like by default, it's like the bank giving you a loan. The bank aren't going to do that. They don't like creatives that much. So we'll stick with the people that do. So there's different versions of deals, and the first one I'd like to look at is a traditional publishing deal. So how that would look, and again, please keep in mind, every company has different standards. You as an artist can negotiate that standard. So a traditional one usually will look 50-50. You, your manager, your lawyer might be like, not a chance. As a manager, not a chance. But let's do it for easiness on maths. So let's say you get £1,000 advance. You have to recoup that at one point. Well, I'll choose my language better because you don't need to recoup it. If they give you 100k and you don't recoup it, it's not your problem. But they'll try. So let's say it's 50-50 deal. When your royalties come in, and say it's a straight up grand again that has been earned, 500 will go directly to your PRS accounts. If we're all in PRS, if you're Irish, we'll go IMRO, just whatever society you are with, you'll get your 50% there. A publisher would then take your other £500. So you're halfway recouped to that point, and you would hope that in your next statement it will be larger again. I think it's important to mention that publishers will never take your writer's share, which is that 50%, and it can't be used to recoup against that original £1,000. That belongs to you. So never let a publisher try and convince you to recoup early. Just keep it ticking along. And then the next one we'll look at is a bit more of like what modern companies are sort of doing in publishing. So for me, if I was signing an artist, this is what I would just expect to see. But it doesn't happen. Again, it varies on the company, how major we're going versus independent. But a modern co-publishing deal would still look like you get your 50%, and then the other 50% will still go to your publisher. However, you will get 50% of that 50%. So your publisher will also issue you royalty statements, usually biannual or quarterly, depending on the setup. But the quick maths of that is you're still getting 75%. They're taking 25% to try and recoup what you originally received as an advance. Some publishers as well, you will see, say you get £20,000 advance, some may set it up that it might be £10,000 when you sign the paperwork and £10,000 once your album is officially released, signed, sealed, delivered into the world. So everything really varies. There's no standard of what really to expect here. It's just do some research. Okay, next slide. I've just made you, we'll just sit on this for a minute, but I've just decided to type up a load of publishers that came off the top of my head. Part of my job is to know all of these people, or at least someone within the companies, because if I want a co-writing session, I would usually go to the publisher, if not manager. And my whole job is networking with these people. They're all competitors, don't get me wrong, but I think it's worth you guys, if anyone is looking at publishing just now or even for 2 years' time, start looking at these companies. So I think, I would hope everyone knows Domino. Domino do the Arctic Monkeys, Franz Ferdinand. People like that. So again, they're a very creative one if you think of it. They will be going to bat to make sure that you're on like the Amazon sessions, Spotify sessions. They're going to be really involved in the A&R process as well and be part of your vital core team. Whereas there's other people who here which just love really looking at your royalties and won't have that creative aspect. But it's just worth looking into. Some of these companies as well are rights administrators and publishers. So you might start with, let's say, Centric, just on a rights admin deal, and if you do really well and are making a lot of earnings, they might say, hey, can we do a publishing deal now? Here's 10 grand. So yeah, we'll go on to the next one if that's okay, Danny. I missed Jamie's chat, which is a gutter. I'm just going to let everyone know because Jamie is like my hero in this industry. And I always call him saying, what does this mean? What does this mean? He taught me everything I know, which makes me nervous sitting here. But did Jamie cover anything about sync? I just am not. Thanks, Jamie. So if you guys were offered a sync deal right now, you would need to make sure that everything is licensed, and Jamie would be able to do that for you. So what that means is it needs to be registered on PPL. It also needs to be registered on PRS. We need to get it cleared, and it has to have like your tune codes, your ISRCs and everything. All of that detail needs like signed off basically. So what sync licensing is where we try and get your music placed. It could be video games, could be movies, TVs. It could be a bespoke thing, or there's an amazing one that I really like. Is anyone a fan of Bleachers in here? Class, favorite band. Obviously they've had that album in the works for like 2 years, and there was a massive movie that came out. I can't remember the title of it, but when Tiny Moves came out, an hour before it came out, that TV series came out. So it actually got released into the world via that. So if you've got a smart publisher, they'll be looking at where's your album sitting? Is it coming out, say, September the 12th? We'll try and get you a sync placement for September the 12th as well, so it just blows it up a wee bit more. So the other thing about sync is it doesn't always come with a lot of money. Everyone assumes it does. It can come with crazy money, but you might be offered a sync at like £1,000. That will obviously come with exposure. And you can then do deals, say it was for a tenant's advert. It could be that it was a campaign for the World Cup. But if they decide to do it, if you've done a deal for 6 months and they decided to keep it going, they would have to give you another payment in that situation. And also with sync, because it's on like DVDs and things like that, you can speak to Jamie and he would be ensuring that that would constantly be getting collected when is getting purchased for the next 10 years. I think we can probably go on to the next one unless anyone has questions on that, but maybe we do that at the end if that works. I would say things to consider would be different sections of why you want a publisher. And I would say personal fit is the first and foremost. So there's an artist I have, they're called The Big Day. I would look at going to Domino instead of Ninja Tune because they're very different publishing houses, different genres, different staffing. So I would say, in the eyes of an artist or manager on this, I would try and take the publishing head out of it. Does anyone have a publisher in this room? No. Yeah, we'll go on the artist manager side. So for a personal fit, I think it's finding the person that really believes in you. It would be someone that understands your vision. So if you are this artist that will say that you're vegan, someone that's going to understand that you won't want to be in an advert for butchers. It's having someone that understands your goals, your ethics, your morals. I think it's someone that will build a really strong relationship with you that you could just call every week, every couple of weeks. They're going to stay in touch with you. I wouldn't advise going with someone. I can see Kit standing over there. Sorry, I'm very like, I speak what my mind is thinking right now. Yeah, basically someone that you know that you're comfortable just to call on the spot or send an email and it's not going to take 3 months to come back. And then the most important thing would be your trust and communication, which links to that. The next thing I would look at is your long-term vision. So is this person going to be with you in 10 years' time? Do you want to do 2 or 3 albums with them? Do you really believe in, let's say, Domino with Arctic Monkeys? They're still there from a very long time ago. So for me, that is trust and reputation. And they understand that world. You might be someone that just wants quick cash, though. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'd say if it's that sort of deal, make sure it's maybe like a 3-year deal. I'd probably not say, give me $5,000, I'll sign my life away to you. But again, that's your choice. And also with long-term vision, to look at your artistic identity. So when I'm looking at that, again, my first thing would come down to the genre of what the publisher is doing. Most publishers will dabble in different areas, but if they're really good at, like, let's say just like indie, then my heart will instantly go, right, okay, I want to chat to this company. If it's metal, I probably wouldn't, for an indie artist, be like, in 10 years' time, they're going to really do well in the indie world. You never know, but it wouldn't be my first thoughts. Then artists and team. For me, this is one of the most important things. So first, do you like the artists? For me, I'd be looking at who does Fontaine's DC, who does Wallows, who does Royal Otis. And again, it's genre specific to what everyone makes in this room. But I think it's really important to look at that. Are those artists similar to the sound you make? Do they have the same beliefs or morals? Just, is there anything that relates to you? Then I would say, are the publishing house developing new talent? Because you will find some publishers mainly have catalogue. So yes, it might be cool as hell that they have the Clash, but are they actively working on the Clash and making them the greatest band? No, because they are an amazing band already and the catalogue's out there. So I think it's really important to look at, are they active in the scene? Then I would look at who works there. So for me, I have a couple of clients on Notting Hill, which I'm the point person to. I signed one of my favourite bands, which blows my mind, and was part of the deal with Twin Atlantic. And part of that was Sam literally being like, Rosie, I see you at the crowd in every show. Like, you love our band. I know that you're going to go to battle for us whenever it comes up. And it's true, if you find the right A&R or right point person in the company, whether it's a director or just like someone on admin, you're going to get so much attention. And if something comes up, you'll be the first thing in their minds to try and get you more income, more opportunities. I think it's really important that when you are signing to a company, go with someone that loves you and your music. Otherwise, I can't really say like you would be forgotten about, but if the company then find 3 more artists that they really, really adore, you might get put to the back burner a wee bit. But your royalties are still being collected, so it's kind of fine. I would also think it's important to see if they are getting sync placements already. You can find this out online quite easily, but I would look at the company's social media, look at some of the key writers' social media. Again, it's where if you need to recoup, you're hopefully going to recoup quite a lot of your advance money from sync. And then I would also look at, are they organising sessions? So again, you can look into that. You can, if you typed in Joe Kellington that's on Notting Hill, you would probably find quicker than I did that he done Pumped Up Kicks. But it's important to be looking at those channels. Again, just keep your eye online and see what's going on. But I would never just sign a publishing deal. Do a lot of research here. Ask your friends. Ask someone like Kit if they've heard of the company. Kit's shaking her head at me. Oh. Oh, what? I'm out of time. That's fine. I was just going to say the end, so we're perfect timing, everyone. I take it there is no time for questions, but I will let Kit. Yeah, that's fine. I will be kicking about. You can ask me questions. But if it's a really...